You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Oh, there's a big one. I thought it was hung on a piece of wood. It's a big one. Come on, maybe. Oh, come on. It's a big one. Need this one. Oh my God, it's a big one. Ugh. Yes. Woo. Oh, that's what we're after. 3 more to go.
Our tournament leader, Chris Johnston, after a relatively quiet season, even a way substandard performance right here in the state of South Carolina the week before, taking charge here at this incredible tournament. It has been fireworks all week long in South Carolina. Santee Cooper Lakes, let's take you down to our playing field for the Yokohama Elite, 6th stop of the year. The Bassmaster Elite Series. Davey Height, this place you know like the back of your hand. The largest and the 3rd largest impoundment in the state of South Carolina, in better shape than we've seen it maybe ever.
It really is, Tommy, and it's always been a good fishery. It kind of comes and goes with vegetation, habitat, water level, water clarity, all those things affect it from year to year, but you're exactly right. Just 3 years ago we were here, and it was a good fishery then. It's absolutely a great fishery. I've heard some of the elite anglers say this week, if they leave this vegetation alone, this will probably be the best fishery in the entire country.
Well, this being Championship Sunday, we had a great top 10 out there, including the likes of Kyle Welcher and Greg Hackney, 2 former Progressive Angler of the Year winners. Tucker Smith in Alabama, a winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series. His young career, a winner at a lot of other places as well. 2-time winner from last year. Pat Schlopper making his way, fishing something a little bit different from everyone else and getting away from everyone else. And Bob Downey looking for his first Elite Series win. He's been close many, many times.
Absolutely, and Justin Hamner yesterday, we got to see him day 1 and day 2. He snuck off camera yesterday, but he was able to catch 28-15 yesterday to make a move into 5th.
Day 1 leader Corey Johnston, certainly not out of the picture, certainly not out of the picture for Progressive Angler of the Year points either. Corey Johnston having a terrific tournament, and ditto for the guy who has a great season every year, Drew Cook.
Yeah, he has a great season. When we come to the Santee Cooper Lakes, he's always in the mix, Drew Cook.
We talk about always in the mix, on top of the mix every time we come to Santee Cooper. The great Brandon Polinick in 2nd place to Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, after 2 spectacular seasons, a little quiet this year, but man, somebody woke the monster this week. Absolutely, Chris Johnston. And Davey Height, you more often than not, when you say, hey, it's the top 10, anyone can win. I'll say that this time if we talk about the top 2.
Yeah, it's really incredible the way we have the big separation between 10th and 1st place. Honestly, the top 2 have pulled away from the rest of the field. You don't ever want to count out. And when we say top 2, Brandon Polinick was in the top 2 start this morning. This is Bass Track numbers here so far. So Drew Cook certainly saying, don't leave me out of this conversation.
Right.
But Brandon Polinick, Drew Cook, and Chris Johnston are the 3 that have separated themselves. You look down there, it's great to make a top 10 to be fishing on Championship Sunday, but 62 pounds, you are that far back, 94-13 to 62 pounds. We don't see that.
And with somebody who's a closer like Chris Johnston, normally feared on the water, when you think about the 2 chasing him are guys who are always in the top 10 here, you just can't feel comfortable, even if you're Chris Johnston. And this is his first fish from the morning. He's caught a fish off that dog basically every day we've seen him.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Johnston has let's say a key area of Lake Marion that he has caught a lot of his weight especially like to get his limit in the mornings, catching a solid 3 and 4 pound fish. He has been able to cull a lot of those throughout the day. But this one section of Lake Marion has been very, very good to Chris Johnston.
They've been fishing for about an hour and a half, these anglers. They launched at 6:30 a.m. local time. So there has been some fishing going along. And look at Drew Cook, already just one shy of a limit.
Cook caught a nice fish to cull right before he checked in yesterday from this same dock, just from the opposite direction. He was going in to check in yesterday, and today he was leaving check out, so he fished the dock from a different direction. Been really, that particular dock has been good to him.
Those irrigation pipes, something to be had here at Santee Cooper.
Yeah, you see a lot of those around the boat docks here at Santee Cooper Lake. Even more of those irrigation pipes at Lake Murray.
That's right. Drew Cook, the veteran for Georgia, former Rookie of the Year. His freshman year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Tucker Smith.
Last year's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, last year's Rookie of the Year. Double Rookies of the Year, double Angler of the Year, triple Angler of the Year. Winners in our top 10 today. It is a great group. And to say, I was just exaggerating a little bit, I said nobody can win but the top two. It would take a spectacular
I'd like to see them try,
effort.
Tommy.
Yeah, we are going to see them try. It'll take a spectacular effort and a spectacular fall for a couple of anglers for that to happen. But we've seen things before.
Yeah, when you see a 32-pound stringer weighed in already this week, it'll take something like that, maybe even more. And we've seen that this year in other tournaments at Santee Cooper Lakes. One event, it was about 2 months ago, it was 41 pounds to win, so it is possible here.
Yeah, you compare what we would say is a great day. This is Justin Hamner from earlier this morning. Something like Hamner's bag yesterday, an upper 28-pound bag, and then just get fortunate to find maybe a 10-pounder somewhere.
Sure.
And that's nothing to shake a stick at. We've had a couple fish near that total this week.
Take them.
Chris Johnson looking back on this tournament, if his brother does win and he does it, day two when he lost some key fish that just had some bad luck, it looked like for most of those. I'm sure he'd love to have that back.
Corey Johnson, our day one leader. Very, very strong coming into it. Like Chris Johnston, his brother, a terrible tournament the week before at Lake Murray.
Kyle Welcher, I saw in Pete Robbins' analysis, he's got 2 fish in the boat so far this morning. The only angler to make the top 10 with only one 20-pound bag. He has had 2 bags in the teens, a 16 and a 19. Luckily, the one day he broke 20, it was 26 pounds.
Yeah.
But we've got guys like Greg Hackney who have done 22 and 23 with a 17. It's so interesting how you can have totally different days, dramatically different tournaments, and end up almost at the same weight just to make the top 10. And meanwhile, guys like Johnston and Polinick haven't been less than 20 pounds all week.
This is what has done all the damage this week. You can see I put a little nail weight in the bottom, super glue it in there. And I'm not a koiki expert, let me tell you. But man, have they ate it this week. All right, we're back. This is actually the color I got them mostly on day 2 and 3 until I broke it off, but I got a freshie last night, so I don't think the color is as important as the action on this bait.
So Chris Johnson said, I'm not a koiki expert. I don't know if anyone could be considered a koiki expert, honestly. If he wins $100,000 this week and catches over 100 pounds, he'd make my top 10 list for sure on koiki experts.
Yeah, he would have to be.
It's a very I don't even know how to start the conversation on this bait. Very different looking than any traditional plastic bait. And I almost said soft plastic, but the koi key, there's different versions. A lot of different companies are making them now. It's not really a soft plastic. It's
more durable.
It's more durable. It's not our typical soft plastic type bait. It's a lot more durable. It moves a lot of water when you see them pop the rod. So like to pull that bait through the water, it would not, but to give it that quick pop, but it doesn't go very far.
Yeah, exactly.
And oftentimes around the spawn, just before, during, and immediately after the spawn, if you can keep a bait close to a fish that aren't usually feeding, but it has action and stays close to them, they can't help but react to it and bite it. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot here with this bait. And once again, it's something that intrigues them that they haven't seen before. These boat docks that he's fishing, I can't describe how many times they get fish in the spring of the year. It's no secret place, I can promise you.
Well, we're so happy to have you with us this morning. We're going to be here on Bassmaster.com for the remaining part of this hour here. We'll switch over to FS1 a little bit later. And great to be in here. The student, Ronnie Moore, the Hall of Famer Davey Hyde, Mike Sukan. I'm Tommy Sanders. Excuse me, I get choked up talking about myself sometimes. But this setup we've got here is unusual. It's a bit of an outlier as far as we usually come down to a top 10 on a final day. We've got good possibilities, sometimes all the way through the top 10. This one, as we say, is different. We got two guys at the top, and only they're separated by 3 pounds. Chris Johnson that far ahead of Brandon Polnick to start the day, but Brandon Polnick so easily could have been right there, even ahead of him, just for losing a few fish.
Yeah, just 2 days ago, we were talking about Brandon Polnick running away with this event. He had a 6-pound lead. Looked like Chris Johnson would have to, make something very miracle, like kind of day out on Santee Cooper Lakes. But then all of a sudden, he's 3 pounds behind. So there's so many big fish here, and we see the leaderboard go up and down. But as this tournament has progressed, we've got 2 or 3 that it is going to be one of those guys that's going to hold up that blue trophy.
And Ronnie, we talk about no matter how the competition works out, the ceiling we have here is so high, it's just going to keep everyone hyped up all day long, especially the fans.
Yeah, we knew that the ceiling possibilities here, 30-pound bags, 10-pound individual fish, it's there at Santee Cooper all times of the year. You could launch your boat and be a threat to do that. We really thought that the floor was going to be much lower, a lot less limits, maybe difficult to do that throughout the day. That has been higher, and I've been very surprised with all the grass that we've added in. You kind of think of Santee Cooper almost like a St. John's River, that type of fishery. And we saw when the grass was gone from St. John's how docks were really prevalent. Well, all the times we've been here in the past, docks haven't necessarily been a factor. Not only do we have now grass in play, it's in a different time of the year. Now we've seen docks play more than we've ever seen them play in Santee Cooper events. And so it's hard to make great predictions, but boy, it's been a little bit different in a lot of good ways for this week than what we thought.
All right, also here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Yokohama Tires, Mike Sukan. The Such is here. He's always watching the numbers. And what stood out for this one? What has separated from other ones we've experienced at Santee Cooper before?
Well, the average fish has been really close to the 3 1/4, 3.6, 3.8. Yesterday it went up to 3.7. We had 46 limits. The limits are a little bit better than the last 2 times, especially that fall event when they were few and far between. But I'm looking at century belts. We got 17.3 for Chris Johnson, for him to get it, and he's almost there today. And then Polnick needs 20 pounds, 5 ounces. You remember last year at Okeechobee when Polnick won, he needed like 18, 15 to make a century belt and only caught 14 days on the final day and just missed it with 96 pounds.
Yeah, everybody's susceptible to fall.
Yeah, everybody is, and that's the key for Chris Johnson. His bad day was day 1 with 21.3, and then back it up with a 32, and then a 29.2. His consistency, his bad day being 20-plus, is the reason he's leading.
And the scary part is, Tommy, he already has a 6, he already has a 4+, and then another keeper, 3 fish into the day. One interesting thing, we think about Chris Johnson as a closer for the whole season. He has 1 Elite Series win, and he has 6 second place finishes on the Elite Series. I didn't realize it was that many, but he only has one victory. This would add to his resume in a big way, adding a second Elite title.
He's the picture of consistency. He's got such a different career than many guys who fish at his level. He won Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year last year, never making one top 10. I don't think that's ever been done before.
And he's already had 3 finishes this year, Davey, worse than his worst last year, yet he's still in the top 20 in points.
He proved to everyone, him and his brother, they were human last week at Lake Murray, and that still surprises me and a lot of other people because that lake, you would think, sets up just fine for them. But they did have a rough week last week, but they have come back. We had 2 mad Canadians coming here to Santee Cooper Lake.
Right. They were
You
ready
get
to
a tree, you
take
get
it
a
out.
tree, you get a tree. Anybody can get a tree today.
Pick your favorite. There are millions to choose from here, these cypress trees on Santee Cooper Lakes. And hey, if you like dock fishing, we got Chris Johnston for you as well. What a great day we have going up out here, and Chris Johnson already off to a quick start. Brandon Polinick now into 3rd place, and Drew Cook moving up into 2nd. Well underway here. Championship Sunday. Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. There's Tucker Smith.
You just put it on a hook and reel it around. You'll catch some on it. Good luck.
Oh no, it's always
He's busy.
got his reel back and some baits to boot. Look at this one more time.
Whoa,
There with the reel.
Wow.
See, at first when we came to that shot, I thought that was Tucker on the dock. That he was.
That's not nuts at all, Ronnie. That's like
Because the reel fell off?
No, okay.
height
'Cause he's
shaming is what I call
He's so
that
young.
right there.
He's so young.
Oh, that's great. And honestly, that's great for Tucker Smith to take time on a very important fishing day to
help a kid out.
make a kid smile, and he'll probably always remember that.
I think it's a real good one.
Big
Oh,
day
yeah.
yesterday, big tournament for Pat
Big
Schlopper.
boy.
Won twice last
Come on,
year.
big boy. Oh, God, I gotta come on that side. Oh, he's not hooked very good at all. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna get one. Oh, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa. Look at that. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. That's my name too. I mean, he's a 5Z. I was just saying, we got a pretty slow start. And then old King Chublin shows up. He got the better of me. I mean, he was whooping me. 5 even. I mean, we get to bring one to the stage. Secret Bay. Secret Bay. Chattering worm, Secret Bay. 5-pounder. 5-pounder.
That's Flopper
You gonna do
fishing
one?
a vibrating jig.
Got his own little kingdom right there, full of 4Zs and 5Zs and 6Zs.
If you've ever thought it, he's probably said it on Bassmaster Live. Just random things we say.
That's one way of putting it. That's one way of putting it. You get excited. Things happen.
We've got basically every creek and every main region on Lake Marion almost represented today, just on our final day map.
We talk about that a lot. It's a sign of a great fishery when your top 10 can spread out and all catch 20-plus pound limits of fish. Drew Cook getting some limit feelers this morning before the sun gets up high. We certainly expect to see him sight fishing for bedding bass a little later this morning and into the afternoon.
He knows he's got to find a few giants on the bed. He's the man for the job, finding and catching.
Maybe we'll just keep fishing down the docks. 2 1/4. Number 5, man.
It's always good to have a limit or close to the limit in the box, but through my years tournament fishing, if I was sight fishing, it was especially comforting to have a few in the boat before you set up on one and spend a lot of time. Ooh.
Okay. Stick, not a bass for Chris Johnston, but.
First look at Brandon Polinick. Looking for his first keeper of the day.
Brandon's starting a little farther out from where he's been starting.
One of the other ones that I had was up here on, I think it was on that inner cluster actually.
I think it was that
wasn't even
river
on one of the
down
outer
there.
ones. Pretty sure it was on those 2 inner ones. Like where you got the bigger one on the left and the smaller one on the right. Man, I may just run like this back. Huh? Like if you're right in here, up against the trees, you're okay. The only place I'd be nervous about is where that deeper cut in was. But the rest of this doesn't seem too bad. Oh gosh. All right, slow her back down. Got some good trees right here.
'29 plus the first 2 days for Brandon Polinick. Started yesterday with a good, strong lead.
It's hard to stay in one area and continue to catch a 6-pound average. This time of the year when those fish are definitely, the majority of them moving out. We have seen enough fish on the bed. There's some just coming in, but 90+% of them have already spawned, and they'll stay somewhat shallow, but when the water starts falling in either one of these lakes, but it's falling more in Lake Marion over the course of the tournament than Lake Moultrie, those fish, they're gonna move out
Any
when it's
one of
falling.
these just feels like it should be bit. It's nice to just be casting at what feels like fresh trees at least. Kind of getting burned out on just casting at the same ones, hoping that they're gonna show back up, which we will. So right now we're gonna be back in there living on hope. But gosh, that's a deep one. That one's almost too deep. That's like 7 foot. That one's real deep. I think it needs to be shallower than that. That's just like every other cypress out here that's out off the bank. It just happens to be one with the top still in it.
Brandon Polinick, of
Needs
course,
to
the
be, like,
fantastic
right
record here. 1 in
Then
2020.
it'd be money.
Never finished lower than 5th place.
You look at his day 1 and day 2 weights, they jump out at you, how good they were and consistent. But in my opinion, he did a good job yesterday just to scratch and claw and bring 21 pounds to the scales. He didn't have the opportunities. And we did see him lose a fish or two that would help, but day 1 and day 2 were, you hate to say easy, but they were almost, he called them magical.
Yeah.
He had a lot of big bites, and he was fortunate to put them in the boat. Not really surprising to see it get tougher for him with the conditions we have, but he did a good job yesterday to catch what he caught.
I don't know if that'll help Drew. He's already got mission accomplished. 2 hours of fishing and a limit in the boat for Drew Cook. He's actually got our biggest with that fish. Well, our second biggest as it stands now. Limit of the day. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. How'd your fantasy team do? No fantasy team? Get involved. The next tournament, you can sign up for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Pick 5 for this next tournament coming up at the Pascatank River in North Carolina, and see how you match up against the rest of the world. Second of 2 back-to-backers here in Palmetto State, South Carolina. The Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Last week we were up at Lake Murray. 2 very different places, 2 great tournaments. You gotta say, last time it rained a lot, which seemed to help things. On that certain day, it really poured. TH Marine Weather Watch for today. No such thing expected today. Slight chance of rain, really almost infinitesimal. Plenty warm, 89 degrees. Overnight, 63 degrees. 8-mile-an-hour winds, mostly from the south on this day. Well, biggins, yeah, that's what we expect when we come to Santee Cooper, and it's been that to a great degree. How about Kyle Norsetter yesterday? Look at that one on the left. What a fish.
Beautiful, beautiful fish.
9 pounds, 14 ounces. Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the tournament. 2 ounces away from a double-digit bass. Another Wisconsin angler.
Again, for this time of the year, most of these fish spawned within the last month or so. That fish maybe in February. It certainly looked like it was filled out again, but for it to be this time of the year, these weights, these individual fish weights, these 5 fish limit weights are absolutely incredible.
Back out to Drew Cook, 5 in the live well for him already.
I said that we would see Drew Cook sight fishing later in the day. It looks like he's having fun fishing these boat docks this morning. Keeps catching them like he has. We might not see him sight fishing as much. If he catches those size, he will definitely be sight fishing sooner rather than later.
He too tying on the bait sensation that's sweeping the nation.
Where the big ones
Get the job done early.
The bait sensation that's sweeping the nation.
That's
I like
right.
that, Tommy.
Gee, that's never been heard. Oh wait, it's been heard 10 million times before.
Not as eloquently, though. There's a lot of other shows, a lot of other people that could say that same thing, but not like Tommy Sanders.
The original saying, Ronnie, was the dance sensation that's sweeping the nation. Yeah.
Was that Go Grease Lightning?
Casey
I can't remember which.
That was the Charleston, if you were around the Santee Cooper Lakes area.
This one goes out to Mike Sukan. Drew Cook now in second place, but 11 pounds, 4 ounces back of Chris Johnston, who is having, for to much of the rest of the field's dismay, a good quick start. Some big ones, including a 6-pounder. Today's Phoenix Boat, Big Bass leader is Chris Johnston so far.
Going with a little top water action this morning. We have not seen that. He's in the area where he was swimming a worm when we were with him on day 2 early in the day, but I like this. We'll change up.
Oh, it's a gar pike. Thank you. Oh. It'll still be cool.
I don't think that was a largemouth bass. He said gar pike?
Gar pike. He must know something we don't know.
We call those spotted gar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I guess there could be a gar pike in Canada.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Retire from that gar.
There we go. Retire after the gar.
That one was a bass.
Smart move. They do have sharp teeth.
Long-nosed gar, also known as the long-nosed gar pike or billy gar.
Oh, they do have it.
Man, there's more bait right now on the surface than I've seen all week. I don't know what's going on. But first one was a gar, but the one I just missed was definitely a bass.
Oh boy. Little laying down on the deck action around a boat dock. We saw Chris Johnston doing yesterday.
Oh yeah, look out.
Let's get another one.
Got an idea. I don't know if it's gonna work or not.
I don't know if you
So
could
nice
get
to
a
be able to get a
better
couple
sales
bonus
pitch
fish.
for a new bait than seeing these elite anglers go to the trouble that they are going to get their
Kinda want
baits
it
back.
I just like the way he said, I got an idea.
All right, even bringing the push pole into the attempt here.
Here we go.
Come on.
He doesn't have to go for a swim. It looks like a modern day inner tube inflatable riding whatever you call them. We used to just call them, you'd ride an inner tube, but they're not
Tube.
inner tubes anymore.
No, now they look
Tubing,
like-
go
yeah,
tubing,
tubing,
even
yeah.
though they're not really tubes.
Right.
But
Now
he
they're
could-
sofas and all
Yes.
kinds of deals.
bouncy house.
Bouncy house for sure. Kyle Welcher, next tournament it'll be him defending his title, Pasquotank River.
That'll be a interesting tournament, and it'll be interesting to see if there are many fish caught in that same little area that Kyle caught them in last year. And I bet it's been fished like
Oh, yeah.
1,000 times.
Yeah, it was already to a religious extent. I mean, when you call a local buddy, he said it's going to get one right here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 10, and they'd probably break 100 pounds, and all those things come true.
Yeah.
What I'm really looking forward to is seeing the other areas produce and pay off. I know it's still a big fishery that can get volatile weather-wise, but with it being closer to the spawn the last time and water temperatures naturally being cooler, it was a lot less moving bait. It was kind of more of a slower approach to catch them. Being midsummer, normally on places like the Potomac, the James, the Pasquotank, it gets better and you can fish a lot more things, a lot more techniques, a
How
lot
much
more
later
regions.
are we going to be there?
I think we were there in April, and now we're there
April
mid-June.
13th was the final
yeah,
day.
2 months later, 2 full months later.
Yeah, son.
Truly going to the beach. Like, you're not going to the beach and mid-April normally. You're going to the beach in June, and we'll be right there.
Oh man, it's on a rope. Well, now that I know it's on a rope, I'm gonna go get it.
He must only have one of these baits to go to this troll.
And I'll say this, he's also sponsored by the same company that helps keep koi Ks in stock. Hey, when you got Elite Series pros like Cooper Galan on social media saying, I am in dire need of koi Ks, if you know anybody. You know that they need
So you're saying he's already hooked up and he's still going so nuts
same with
about
Chris.
getting that thing
Same
back.
with Chris. Same with Brian New. He was here in studio, brought me one to use on live, and then took it home with him when I asked him to leave it. See?
Son of a gun.
Like a true friend would do. Oh.
Now, there was a lot of chatter about exiting the boat, falling in the water yesterday. You're allowed to leave the boat to retrieve a lure, not in the process of trying to land a fish or anything like that. The second you take your hand off the boat, that fish would no longer count, but you can
You're not
retrieve
fishing
your lure.
anymore. Yeah.
He's getting it. Hurry. Trying to get it.
This is not very conducive to getting this thing on home. Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
I think he's done with it.
I thought it was a little ladder, and it kind of was a little ladder.
Chris Johnson hooked up.
Take it.
Good old ropes. Okay. It's hot. It's hot and I'm out of shape.
It's a little bonus fish. We can get them in. In the mouth. I went up there to get my bait back and saw this thing on a bed. I never would have went up there if I didn't get hung up, so it's a nice little bonus one.
Keeper number 4.
The rich keep getting richer. I just happened to see a 2.5, 3 pounder on the bed. I would have never seen it had I not got hung right there.
He's more excited about getting his bait back, I think.
Yes.
Chris Johnston building up on the lead there. That ought to put him about 13 pounds ahead of second place Drew Cook, maybe 17 pounds ahead of Brandon Polnick. But still, we're just getting started here. Getting to the meat of the day pretty soon, though. The Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Championship Sunday here at a one-of-a-kind place, Santee Cooper Lakes, here in the state of South Carolina for the Yokohama Elite. Only 3 left after this one on the Elite Series. Strike King providing live coverage today. Beautiful sight right there. Sure. Bald eagle. Probably a lot of those around here. There's a lot of what they like to look at.
Absolutely.
Which is smaller birds.
I think Brandon Polnick mentioned it, never seen a fishery with any more ospreys. There are a lot of ospreys, but we have some bald eagles around Santee Cooper Lakes also. But
Justin Hamner with the whole lake to himself, Davey. The lower lake did produce a top 10.
That's the buck. Dang it.
accidentally caught a buck bass. I saw the big female, threw over there, and that one ate it.
Justin Hamner,
Hopefully we didn't mess with
Northport, Alabama. We were with him all day on day number 1, and it paid off.
It
showed us
paid
some
off.
good stuff on day number 1.
You got to see him on day 2 as well.
that was for you.
Yep.
Yeah. Day 1, it was enjoyable, as always, to have a camera in the boat with Justin Hamner, but I talked to him the night before, and he said, I'm starting on a 10-pounder on the bed. So we were all excited, and you see, this is not the 10-pounder. He was not able to catch that fish. It was still there, just could not get it to bite. But got a bonus fish about 100 yards away that he said was around a brim bed. Caught his 7-pounder. Justin Hamner bringing his 5-fish limit to the scales on day 1 on 5 different baits. This is his other big fish of day 1. He caught it on a glide bait, different section of Lake Marion. Just really doing a good job scratching and clawing and bringing in a good limit on day 1.
23-12 on day number 1. Fell off the pace a little bit on day number 2, and yesterday he came back, roared back.
Big day.
Almost 29 pounds.
Yes, big day yesterday. Caught a lot of what he weighed in. You're exactly right, Ronnie. Lake Moultrie, and you see he started back there today. It's surprising that he's the only angler in the top 10 fishing down there today. A lot of people coming into this tournament, including myself, thought that we would see at least 2 or 3 anglers in the top 10 fishing Lake Moultrie. You notice that Trey McKinney, Patrick Walters, and some others started in the lower lake, so there were a lot of high expectations there. The weather just didn't really work out good for those fish. I think a little bit of wind would have been better. A lot of those fish offshore vegetation with a little ripple would have helped.
Arthur Smith currently 6th place.
You ate it right at the boat. He's little, but I'll take him. 2-pounder.
Appreciate everyone who's tuned in to Bassmaster.com to see this Championship Sunday start here. Around the top of the hour, we are scheduled to move on over to FS1 for 3 hours of coverage. Come back over here later today, but they got a motor race, an auto race. It's going long here, some sort of motor race. We haven't had a chance to look yet. We've been busy watching this. But as soon as that wraps up, we will switch over to there. But stay with us for the time being now. Keep an eye on FS1. Somewhere around the top of the hour, we'll be moving over there. Great day, Championship Sunday, big fish, Santee, Cooper Lakes. Live coverage continuing, Championship Sunday. The Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite, 6th stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Here for the time being, still on Bassmaster.com. As we advised earlier, we are going to move just about any old time over to FS1. There's a motorsports event going on right now. At the conclusion of that, we will transfer over there. We'll give you a good heads up about that, but thanks for staying with us here as we get out to Kyle Welcher.
Where it travels fast, it looks like he's using one of those
That last one was a little bigger.
Corky style baits.
About close to the same, maybe.
Pat Schlopper had, but other than that, I think Corey Johnston's the only one we've seen without one today in his hand.
He ain't weighed much more than that other one because
It won't be long. We'll see it in his hand too.
Yeah, that's right.
About the same.
Hey, I enjoyed seeing him fish the top water.
'23 Bassmaster, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Kyle Welcher there. You got 3 former AOYs in the field here.
A good look here of the main lake. You can see the cypress trees extend out in the main lake. There's a lot of shallow water out in the main lake. It looks like a big wide open area where it will be deep. But Kyle Welcher, the only angler that I've noticed so far this week that is fishing those trees that are out in the main lake more, not in the creeks where most of these other anglers are.
Him and Carl maybe have been overlapping in some similar areas at times, as well as we got to see him fish that.
All right, that's a
long string
deal.
of trees yesterday.
Corey.
It's the marina where some of the Bassmaster folks that are working there on site are staying for the week.
Digging. Stay on there. Do it. Yes, got her. Whew. Baby. Whew. It's a good one. There you go. That's what lives under your dock.
You see that bad boy?
It's a good one right there.
Dude.
Heck yeah, man.
Are you allowed to take a biscuit through the air?
Progressive
I
Bassmaster
think so,
Angler of the Year
right?
points leader Corey Johnston there with the good one. Welcome right now all our new viewers joining us for this coverage, live coverage of the Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite from Santee, Cooper Lakes. And Corey Johnston was our day one leader. Lost a little ground since then, but staying in part of the conversation. He's been in the top 4 just about all week long.
Yeah, absolutely. Davey, we know this. You could be on big ones, but far away from the lead and still be in the top 5, and that's what it seems like each day. Even though their position doesn't change, the distance from that lead just gets farther and farther away, and now it's to his brother, unfortunately, for his household.
Yeah, you think you're having a great day, and he is having a good day.
Oh, he is.
But his brother is having phenomenal days.
Gonna be great.
Can I get cheese?
Heck yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's bringing him
Look
breakfast,
at
bro.
this. This is what you call
I
service.
got some for both your crews here.
All right.
All right, so you got
Yeah.
sausage, egg, and cheese, and bacon, egg, and cheese. You want bacon? How about you?
I like bacon. Yeah, bacon.
2 bacons coming right up.
This is unbelievable. Catching 5-pounders, getting some breakfast. What's this place called?
It's Relaxed Retreat at Carolina King.
There you go. Relax retreat.
I'm gonna toss it.
All right,
Ready?
give her. You're the man. Look at that.
Dude, heck yeah.
Some breakfast sandwiches. Bacon, egg, and cheese, baby. Gonna eat those in a minute.
Beautiful. Is anybody hungry enough for 2?
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Anybody hungry enough for 2? I got 4 each. What's that?
A little southern hospitality there.
My nominee for Citizen of the Year, Santee Cooper of 2026.
Appreciate it.
Last year we had people delivering Chick-fil-A out on the pontoon, but first time we've seen dock delivery.
I put it in
the
the
elites. Brandon Polinick is not fishing very far from Corey right now. I hope he doesn't see this and think, man, he's already ordering bacon, egg, and cheese or pizza or something.
Is
He ordering pizza over there?
44 pounds.
And Chris, having extended his lead considerable so far this morning. Still early, though.
Well, now another spinning rod. Maybe he spotted another one on the bed. I'd be surprised to see him throw anything different unless he sees a fish on the bed.
Old school now.
I don't want to jinx things, and I'm not going to jinx things, but next keeper he catches is going to put him over 100 pounds.
Wow. That's awesome.
More than likely.
And Such has had some great, I think every year since 2019, we've had a Century Club. This would be the quick check box for the year because we could check it off at the St. Lawrence River. Maybe we do it at the Pascatank again, but
no guarantees.
No guarantees at
The
all.
weather's got to be right there. You can't have the big winds.
We talk about the big deficits some of these anglers are dealing with coming into the final day, but there's very few fisheries where if it goes completely right, you could have records fall. This is a fishery where that 45-pound bag for the biggest in bass history or getting a 40-plus, it's not out of the question at Santee Cooper.
No,
when we're having normal days come across as 29 to 32 pounds, you just need to get lucky one more time with another 9-pounder, and you're at 40.
I swear I had a bite right there. Remember there was a kid on the dock right there, and I said one bumped it. Guaranteed that was the same fish. No dice.
Tommy, the way Chris Johnson has been putting in his fish and bass track, he's got a 4-0, 2-0, 6-0, and 3-0 today. He might be very close right now to the Century.
Yeah, he could well be there. Yeah, you're right.
Brandon needs 20 pounds, 5 ounces to get a Century belt, his second. Chris Johnson came in today needing 17 pounds, 3 ounces.
When we saw this one on the schedule, I'm sure a lot of people thought it could happen here. Not really a surprise.
And Polnick still looking for his first keeper. He is fishing a lot of different stuff this morning. Not the haunts where we saw him yesterday yet. He says he'll be there at some point.
And yeah, Davey, that's a hard strategy for fans to wrap their head around. You've done so well. You're only 3 pounds off the pace of the lead, and you're going to switch it up. But as an angler, each day you start to see I'm getting less bites, or the size is going down, or the frequency of them isn't what I like, and I have to try something different maybe in my slow period, which has been the morning for them.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. Early yesterday morning, I started seeing Greg Hackney was in the area, and Brandon, mudfish, and you look at the water line on these trees. I truly think that one of the big reasons he had so much success on day 1 and day 2 is because that water started to fall and those fish started to pull out, and he had them dialed in on these point trees, isolated trees, just a little bit deeper in this area.
Yes, I should have just fished the same
But then
stuff
that came and went away, and
make the decision.
he was fortunate to be there at the right time.
Let's take you back to day 2 with Brandon Polinick.
Good look right there. The trees I was describing, you can see those outer trees, those fish moving out. Brandon Polinick.
I mean, if you're going to do it, at least
Catching big fish after big fish. I talked to him, man, this is a magical day, a magical place. When I won in 2020, had to move around a lot, do a lot of different things. He's not burning much gas here on the first part of this tournament, and I don't think he's going to go anywhere today. He's just going to try to adjust. We see him fishing some different stuff, but the background there is the marina where Corey Johnson just caught that fish. You can see right there. A lot of big fish caught in this area here this week.
There she is. There she is.
Fishing a porky style bait. Heavy line bait caster.
Look at that meat. Oh, we needed that by so
Had a
bad.
2.5, replaced it with an 8.6. Absolutely massive coal. Coals that only happen at a select few places.
That's why we come to Santee Cooper.
Backing up a 29-1 day 1 with 29-15 on day 2. And furious he didn't get that third.
Another big one.
I got more than we had yesterday.
It just kept coming for Brandon Polinick. Day 1 and day 2 yesterday. A lot slower for him. Hopefully he has a magical day again here on Championship Sunday like one of those first 2 days. He's in the same area now. He started a little shy of there this morning, trying to mix it up like you mentioned, Ronnie. Here we go.
We got the 7 biggest bags of our season have happened this week. Couple on day 2, couple on day 1, and 3 of the 7 biggest bags happened yesterday. Chris Johnston, Justin Hamner, and Kyle Norsetter all breaking 28-14, jumping into our top 7 bags of the year.
That's incredible considering that we were at Gunnersville pre-spawn.
Gunnersville. We've even got a classic day up there from Dylan Nutt in 9th.
No tapering off day to day here, man. It's just been all in every day. And Chris Johnston now building up a huge lead, 97 pounds, almost there to 100, may already be there.
We're out here on Santee Cooper Lakes. Currently I'm on Lake Marion, 110,000 acres. It's a huge lake, all kind of conditions. Some days calm as a lamb, some days it's a lion times like 5 or 10. Here's one thing that I have always used, I mean always in my tournament career on the Santee Cooper Lakes, is a Minn Kota trolling motor. But I can promise you the Quest is the best of the best. It's the best Minn Kota trolling motor that I've ever owned. There's a lot of reasons why. It's brushless, it's quiet, it's super strong, it's easier on batteries than a lot of other 36-volt trolling motors are. It's durable. One thing Minn Kota has always done is build things. Some people say they overbuild, they over-engineer, they beef them up too much. There's no such thing as that for a tournament bass angler, believe me, because we are, unfair to our equipment, to be honest with you. So the Quest trolling motor, believe you me, 110,000 acres here on Lake Marion. It can be very, very rough, very, very tough on all of your equipment. I don't use anything but a Quest.
Our man Davey Hyde out there talking about what the pros need to get that job done out there.
Within a stone's throw of where Chris Johnson is catching them this morning.
You knew it was going to go down there, didn't you?
That was just an easy place.
That was just a little secret clue in advance of this tournament here. Chris Johnston. I don't know if anyone saw this coming. Should have. Chris Johnston is just, man, he's an incredible angler. Has been for now 8 years, going on 8 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. He and Corey came down from Canada and just started establishing themselves in the very top tier. Lead now ahead of Drew Cook is 13 pounds and 8 ounces. 16 pounds ahead of Corey.
we love to see tight races, but this is similar. It's certainly not the runaway like we saw last year with Kyle Welcher, but there comes a point where you just want to see a dominant performance, like how great his performance has been this week.
It's stressful, but I'm feeling pretty good, to be honest. I'm fishing some big fish docks. I know I'm not going to get many bites. Yesterday I never got a bite on them. Fished them for an hour and a half. I got 2 good ones, a 3 and a little one, but I'm pretty confident I can settle down in the afternoon, just put my head down and go fishing. Where I've ended the last 2 days, I haven't fished it hard at all. Both days I've got a 6.5. I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but there's some fish in there. The day 2 I caught some 3.5 to 4s that I didn't need, so I'm not stressing too much, but just very slow. What I worry about on these docks particular is there's no feeders for fish to replenish. Like, I'm sitting on the edge of the main channel right now, and there's no backwaters for them to swim out of and set up on these docks. So I worry what was on these docks, I caught them and they're not reloading. But I only caught, in saying that, there's 40 docks here. I only caught 2 on day 2, an 8 and a 5. One was on this particular dock actually, and it was a disaster trying to get them out. But anyways, I'm gonna fish these. I'm not panicked. If I get 1 bite, it's probably gonna be a good one. And then all of a sudden I only need 2 more bites the rest of the day. So we got time. I got 1 or 2 stretches. I haven't fished yet this tournament, but I'm not sure if someone else in the tournament has fished them or not, but we're gonna get a couple more bites. We do this all day. This is definitely the winning pattern. Just gotta get the bites and get them in the boat.
Well, I guess we know what dock he's fishing.
Absolutely. Something I'd add just from fishing these lakes my whole life.
Left on this dock, I guess.
Him being concerned about no feeders, feeder creeks back in these places like we see in most of these other anglers fish. Corey and Chris are fishing more main lake than the other anglers. Fishing some back in these places, but a lot of these fish that live on these docks do not come from those feeder creeks. If you look over Chris's shoulder, it's a big, huge body of water, the main lake of Lake Marion, between there and the other side. There's standing timber all the way across, and the water fluctuates through there. There's some shallower water and some deep water. There are a certain number of fish, a small part of the population overall, but a certain number of those fish that live in that timber and live on that main lake all year long and move to these boat docks to spawn.
Like
it's a small percentage, but there are a number of fish that live on that timber in that main lake.
Just a little bit of color to them. Not much, and honestly, Davey probably knows better than me, but I don't think they're very popular. People don't normally fish this area. I didn't even fish it in practice. The wind was blowing in on it, but I was basically fishing every dock in the lake, trying to figure out which ones were good. I couldn't fish these in practice due to the wind hammering them. So on day 2, I was lucky I got a 7, a 5, and some really quick, some 4s. So I was like, you know what? I'm looking for new stretches, and I came and fished these, and all these areas I'm actually fishing today, for the most part, are new ones I found just going fishing during the tournament. So hopefully it pays off.
He's right. The ones he's on now don't get fished.
2 good bites. I got a chance at winning at 3. I should have a really good chance. But you never know with old BP. He's liable to crack 30.
If you were watching last week at Murray, boat docks everywhere. Not the case here. I mean, they're much fewer and far between, and much shallower, right?
Yes, yes.
In general.
Yes, you can tell by the length of them. They run out a long way, but they're shallow where these boat docks are on this lake. Here's something. It's been a long time ago, but I've been on these lakes my whole life. Where he's at, you see the shoreline, the horizon over there. When I was a child, you could not see the other shoreline for the standing trees, the timber that was there. Hugo knocked a lot of it down. The Hurricane Hugo in like 88, 9, I think it was, maybe 90, somewhere in there. But there's so much timber just under the surface of the water between where he's at and that other side, it would blow your mind.
Whoever wins this thing's gonna need to get a century belt. That's for sure.
Great job by Chris. Brandon, all the guys have caught them so well this week to come to a fishery that gets so much pressure, and we've been here a number of times with the elites.
5 off this dock.
Find a different bait and in locations that don't get fished as much as others and do what they've done. Great job.
Come on.
You talk about pressure.
Another one.
Compared to Murray,
Yeah.
what's the pressure here?
Not as much, because Mother Nature doesn't let you fish here day in and day out. Like at Lake Murray, you can find a boat ramp and an area, a creek arm that you can be protected in. There's some days where you just don't go fish Lake Marion or Lake Moultrie if the wind's
Won't miss
really
getting hung
blowing.
up.
The proximity of Columbia, some of those bigger cities, being around Lake Murray also adds to the pressure there. A lot of small towns that really rely on these lakes for their economy and the livelihood, the hotels, the restaurants, all those things, rely on fishermen to come to Lake Marion or Lake Moultrie, where you have the capital city being real close, 10 miles from the Lake Murray Dam.
Yeah. All our anglers at Lake Murray said these are smart fish. They look at everything all day long. Maybe it's a little bit less of a
That's the one
hurdle
common
here.
Yeah, one common denominator. We heard that a lot last week at Lake Murray. How smart these fish are, the hardest ones to trick.
Yeah.
I guess if you're going to learn to be a bass fisherman, that's a good place to do it.
Yeah.
If you can catch them there, you can catch them anywhere. I still enjoy going to catch a few in a pond every now and then where they're not so smart.
Take me to your dumbest fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Corey Johnson with another one. To be clear, he's not fishing, he's probably about a mile from Brandon, maybe 2. But he's been fishing in this area, the outskirts of where Brandon has been fishing all week long. We day 2 camera with him. He started in this same creek. Brandon is just getting to where he has caught a lot of his bigger fish. Hope to see him catch some big ones here in the next hour.
Yeah, 3 hours in, Brandon and Greg Hackney are fishless.
Still fishing here on Bassmaster.com. We're going to make the move to FS1 soon. Stay with us. We'll give you the heads up once the motor racing is finished and we can move over there. Meantime, Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. Second of the 3 platforms for fantasy that B.A.S.S offers you here. You pick your 8 for each event, plus the classic. But once you pick them, you can't use them again all year long. You have to have a view to the whole season to do well. 4th day, championship day here at Santee Cooper Lakes. We have been so fortunate to see so many big bass live, caught on camera. Only thing better might be being in the boat with the angler when that happens. That is an actual possibility. If you're interested, the Bassmaster Ambassador Program is open to you. Scan the QR code, find a tournament that you'd like to make it to, and just get involved with it. They call it the ride of your life. It sure is. I mean, every move that your angler makes, every thought they have, every bit of knowledge in some cases that they have to offer you will be coming out during that special day or special 4 days, however long you sign up for. Check it out now, the Ambassador Program at Bassmaster. Out to Chris Johnston, tournament leader.
Good one. Good one. Get away from that post. Oh boy. Oh my God. Giant. That's what I need. Come on, baby. Come on. Stay down. No!
Oh.
Ah. That sucks.
Chris Johnson has caught a lot of big ones this week, and he said, good one, giant, right before he lost that fish. Before he lost it, I know sometimes they get bigger after you lose them, or they did for me.
Yeah.
But he called this fish a giant. You can look at the boil right there. You could see. And I don't care how good you're catching them, what kind of lead you think you might have. You never want to lose one like that because you just know you could have lost your chance to win the tournament. You lose a big one anytime.
It's
Hooked
running
up
out.
again,
I
though.
have no idea how big it is. Good one. It's a really good one, too. That's all your rebound. Not quite as big as that last one, but I'll take it. I'll take it. 4-pounder. That other one was bigger though. That's how you make up for the last one, I guess. The other one was bigger though. Four-pounder.
For Chris Johnston, we'll wait till we get this official and, well, estimated official weight there to say he's broken the century mark here, but you can bet pretty darn close with that one right there. Let's get over to his brother Corey Johnston.
Yeah, he needed a 2 1/4 from what he had already on Bass Track to get over 100. So that'll do it.
Big and two.
Got her. Yes. What did I say? We almost didn't fish that dock. Oh, another one. Take him. There we go.
Dude, solid 4.
Yeah.
Much better day than yesterday for Corey Johnston.
Absolutely. There's only about 10 docks in that entire creek where he's at. He's caught 2 big ones off of 2 of the 10 docks already.
Let's go check in on Pat Schlopper. Currently in 8th.
8C.
8Cs. Boys.
That slopper just around the corner from
Dang, that was a giant.
Corey and Brandon Polnick.
We got it.
Big one.
Yeah. Dude, he missed it. And I was bumming. And I seen the boil. He come up and gobbled it. He's skinny, but. Ow! Look at how deep he got that thing. Maybe we gotta just miss him, complain. Poppy want a bluegill. Poppy want a shad. Poppy want a chatty. I mean, he's still probably 4. He's just skinny. Had all his babies and looking for snacks now. Oh yeah, he's almost 4.5. I mean, not terrible. 432. Put him in the keeper box. You probably thought I was lying when I said I saw him. I try to throw other
All right,
stuff.
viewers, we're getting ready. Just in a moment here, we're going to make the switch over to FS1 with our live coverage of Championship Sunday here. So get ready. Just about 30 seconds, we're going to move over to FS1 to take you for the next 2.5, a little less than 2.5 hours there. Okay, we'll finish up. We'll bring you coverage all day long. We'll come back over here after we're done at FS1, but right now is the time to go ahead and switch it over to Fox Sports 1. Hope you're having a great Sunday morning. It's always great for us because it's Championship Sunday, and we are at an incredible, just an audaciously big bass tournament here. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Second week in a row, we are here in South Carolina, and just look at those weights right now. Chris Johnston and Corey Johnston, the two brothers, 1 and 2. As it stands, more than 3 hours into the 4th hour of fishing here. We have got a big one. Big bass all the way around. Each day has been a banquet of biggins, you might say. So we are looking forward to see how high the ceiling can be here at this place where it has traditionally been way up there. Truly an elite big bass fishery among the rotation of 9 locations this year. Over to Justin Hamner, a Bassmaster Classic champion from 2024.
Looks like Justin is fishing for one that's on a bed here under this dock.
Stay on. Stay on. Come here, girl. Golly. Bull brim in the face. Look at that head. Whew. Let's go. Go on. That's one. I love this place. I love this place. That is a big old head. Yeah, I did. My goodness. And once I set the hook, I really had to work.
Heard Justin Hamner say we got one.
I can't even get the
Got
clip
more
around her mouth.
than that in his live well, but that's one that anybody would be proud to take to the scales, even here this week on these lakes.
That'll work.
One of the right ones.
Yeah.
One seven. 1.7. That's a, yeah, 1 pound 7 ounces. That's a 6 pounder.
Just trying to be safe. Just trying to be safe here.
I think it's more like I have 1 7-pounder now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's closer to that.
He's been playing with us all week with his bass track numbers.
Having fun with it.
Started out this day with this man in the lead. 3-pound advantage to start this day. Chris Johnston over Brandon Polinick. Those two kind of separated from the field as we started the final day, and Chris Johnston not wasting any time to assert himself. Expand that lead in a big way.
Not wasting any time on day 2, day 3, or day 4. He gave his brother a little time on day 1. Corey Johnson, our leader, day 1. But Chris Johnson is really taking over this tournament since then. Day 2, 32 pounds, 8 ounces he brought to the scales with a 5-fish limit. What they've been able to do here this week is really incredible. Santee Cooper Lakes, a lot of tournaments, a lot of pressure. They figured out a bait that these fish have not seen probably at all, or at best, very, very little. A Koiki style bait that is typically used when these anglers have a chance to use the forward-facing technology. They are not allowed to use that here this week, but this bait has shown the whole world how effective it can be with or without any type of technology with your forward-facing sonar. Heavy line, 20-pound test line, bait caster, big treble hook on this soft plastic bait, fishing cypress trees and a lot of boat docks.
Chris Johnson now has made the century mark there. 101 pounds and 13 ounces. That's estimated, not official. Corey Johnson, look at the size of that lead. Almost 16 pounds ahead of his brother Corey Johnston. Almost 18 pounds ahead of Drew Cook, and almost 20 pounds ahead, more than 20 pounds ahead of our leader on day number 3, Brandon Polinick.
Gives him 82 pounds, 13 ounces.
All right, just wrapped up day 3 on Santee Cooper. Had another phenomenal day. Had 29 pounds, but I had another little mishap today. I really wanted my bait back, and I was reaching, and I was trying to reach it, and it was just out of reach, and I thought I could get it, but I ended up doing a little nosedive off the front of the boat. But should have had my snorkels and goggle on, because I would have looked to see if there's any bass under there for tomorrow. But I didn't see any, so I don't know if I'm going back to that area. But tomorrow I'm going to try and stay in the boat. I ruined a good pair of flip-flops, blew them up. I lost my Costa sunglasses. I was a bit of a mess today. But as long as the fish are coming in the boat, I'm happy. I don't care. I'll go swimming again for another 5 or 6 pounder.
Swimming for a 5 or 6 pounder and a bait. That means a whole lot to him. That's one of the stories that we have really been following closely. And of course, Chris Johnston is the story today, Championship Sunday.
Yeah, these anglers fish for a living, almost all of them exclusively fish bass tournaments for a living. So they have a lot of baits, but Chris Johnson said he only had 1 or 2 of these special baits that have been so good to him this week. So you can see how committed he was to getting that bait back, and he got it back.
It was part bass, part bait.
Yes.
Usually you maybe win a trophy and you put the winning bait that you used all week on that trophy and retire it. He's been going through so many of them, one here, one there, that he's not going to be able to do that, Davey. They're lost and gone, or need to still be used.
I think if he keeps up what he's got going on today, it looks like he'll be able to afford to buy a lot of those baits.
A little tiny one.
Tucker Smith.
Little tiny guy.
That makes 5.
He's a derp. It's a derp bass.
Yeah.
That is Tucker's 5th fish.
Derp
Will make his
bass.
limit, but needs to find some a lot bigger than that one.
Absolutely. He's got a big hill to climb. He wants to get into the conversation for the Blue Trophy, which will be awarded at the end of the day. These anglers will be fishing till 3 o'clock local time. That's check-in and weigh-in time. Our leader to start day 3, Brandon Polinick, with a good lead to start the day, but lost it during the course of the day to Chris Johnston.
Does not have a keeper in the boat yet this morning, but he is just getting into the area that he caught most of his weight on the previous 3 days. Here we go.
Stay on there, you dirty dog. Yes. Look at pre-spawn.
I should be all excited and hooting and hollering about it. It is a fat, healthy one. I mean, he's probably 4 pounder. It's definitely pre-spawn. Oh, dang it, I didn't clear my scales.
Gotta clear scales out there. Some of the weights he's caught this week, I wouldn't want to clear it out either.
No, just a 3.5.
He's just short. Took way too long.
You might ask yourself, why is he just getting to the area where he's caught most of his fish? He could tell yesterday those fish were dwindling away. He had caught a lot of them and they weren't replenishing. So even though he didn't catch any fish, I certainly think it was smart for him to try to expand that area and spend a few hours this morning hoping to find another stretch like what he had found earlier in the week.
Brandon's been a top-tier guy for a long time, and those guys always want to be where they're headed, not where they have been the day before. Let's get out to Greg Hackney. Greg also, Brandon just put his first keeper in. Greg is looking to put his first keeper into the boat.
Yeah, you look at the area. Yep, the area that Greg is fishing, there you see a little dirtier water. He's a little farther upstream than Brandon and Corey, those guys. Greg Hackney always trying to get away from the crowd just a little bit. It's worked out for him very well for most of his career. And certainly this week, making the top 10.
Get back down closer to the takeoff, the John C. Land Sport Fishing Facility. And Drew Cook sitting in third place now. About 12.25 pounds.
Drew Cook sight fishing the way he's caught most of his fish this week. Caught a bonus fish yesterday afternoon and a couple this morning fishing boat docks.
The other one's bigger, obviously. I believe that's it was a new pair. Two-pounder.
Been a great week for the former Rookie of the Year, now in his 8th season, 21.5 on day 1, then 2 days. 24-14 and 25-11 for days 2 and 3.
Drew Cook, one of the best sight fishermen in the business, no doubt about it. But he catches them throughout the years. Had a lot of success on the Bassmaster Elite Series, like you mentioned, was Rookie of the Year, and seems to make the Classic every single year. It's a given for Drew Cook. Catching most of his fish here this week, sight fishing. You see here this morning, he started fishing a few boat docks, just waiting on the sun to get up a little higher in the sky where he could see those fish that are on the bed. Drew Cook, all bonus fish this morning. He hopes to replace these. The solid fish would be ones you're looking for in most fisheries, but not at Santee Cooper Lakes right now. These 2 and 3 pounders are ones that you hope to cull out. But as a tournament angler, it's always comforting to have 5 fish in the live well, even if you expect to cull those fish. Even on Championship Sunday, you don't want to be that guy that doesn't catch a limit.
The track record Drew Cook has done here, Tommy, has been phenomenal. 2020, 12th place, 2022, the winner, 3rd in 23, and he started today in 3rd as well.
Yeah, there's a few horses for courses in this field today. Experts at Santee Cooper Lakes, with the expert of the hour and of the day perhaps is Chris Johnston. We will be right back to South Carolina. The greatest spectacle in racing is coming. It's the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Don't miss the pageantry and tradition of the biggest race in motorsports. Coverage of the Indy 500 begins at 10 a.m. Eastern with green flag at 12:30 next Sunday on Fox. Big day out here on the water. Santee Cooper Lake's legendary for giant bass, one of the real bucket list destinations for anyone who'd like to see fishing at this level. And we are here and enjoying it all week long, and Championship Sunday has arrived. We have one Chris Johnston in the lead here, and it's a big lead as it stands right now. It's a Canadian takeover at the top of the leaderboard. His brother Corey Johnston in second place as we move over to Alabama's Kyle Welcher.
And Corey took over the Angler of the Year season-long points race this week.
See Kyle Welcher in the general area of Lake Marion. Corey and Brandon Polnick are fishing, but he's out on the main lake. That should be number 5 for him.
Didn't expect that. I expected mama.
Haven't seen the number of keepers put in the boat this week like we did last week at Lake Murray, but definitely a lot more big ones.
Oh,
Those 7, 8, and even 9 pounders.
Did it again almost.
Kyle Welcher, 2023 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
This Santee Cooper was part of that season.
It was.
He actually spent a ton of time in Moultrie in that tournament, and actually fishing more offshore than he would have this week when we were closer to the spawn then than we were now.
There's the man at 122. Drew Cook, currently in third place, but 17 1/4 pounds back.
Drew Cook's been able to improve his weight every day. 21.8 on day 1, 24.14 day 2, and yesterday 25.11. Moved him up to third place.
Perfect conditions for him to see those fish. It's a good one.
Nice. I got one of them. Not a big one. Not a great big one, but a nice one.
Smallest fish is 2 pounds. This fish definitely better than that.
Three and a quarter. Number 3. Number 3. Well, she tracked it a long way.
He knows he started the day more than 10 pounds back of the leader, but on stage, he mentioned yesterday, I got a shot at getting a century belt, which he did 105 pounds, 5 ounces when he won here. And he needs 27.15, which would be his biggest bag of the week, but we've seen bigger bags from others this week as well.
And the Pat Schlopper, Pat. A long ways from a limit as it stands right now, as we're in our 4th hour of fishing.
Again, not as many limits early on as last week, but Pat Slopper is a prime example of when he does catch one, it seems to be over a 3 pounder.
All right, we got 3.
About a 3 pounder there.
Except that one.
All right, we got 3. Oh, you stop it. Stop it, William. We'll take him. He's only 236, but I'm very happy to have him because We are not getting a lot of nibbles today from bass fish anyways. We are from a variety of sea creatures, but switch up to the old secret color. I'd say like 2.6 maybe. I mean, he's 2.3 thick, so.
Smaller than average for Pat Slopper. I think he'll cull that one before the end of the day.
Yep. I like when I can pull up to one mat and just pluck them, like picking fruit. I really hate I missed that first one. I don't think that's a keeper.
Be a minimum of 14 inches long to keep.
Checking.
I think that's gonna be a keeper, not by a lot, but.
Oh, wow.
Looks like a keeper.
It's 6 ounces.
1 ounce?
Huh?
1 ounce?
I was gonna give him 6. I would have never dreamed he didn't even look right. Like a different species. I thought these fish come out of the womb here at like, I don't know, at least 1.5 pounds.
Well, they're not all big, but there is a lot of big ones on these Santee Cooper Lakes. We don't usually do this on day 1 and 2, giving away the locations where all the big ones are caught, but this is Championship Sunday, and this is something I've been looking forward to. Take a look at all these 5+ pound bass. You take a look, we're on the lower end of Lake Moultrie there, where a few of them were caught. Justin Hamner caught several of those yesterday and already this morning. Then you take a look at Lake Moultrie. There's about a dozen of them on the lower end, close to the diversion canal. And then as you look throughout, love the way this is spread out. This is a 110,000 acre lake in itself, and you see how spread out, which is a good thing. Not all the big fish are concentrated in one particular area of this lake. But if you see, there's a big gap between, let's say the takeoff area, and then you get up here to this Jacks Creek area where Brandon Polnick, Corey Johnson, Pat Slopper, a little Carl Jacobson, and even Kyle Welcher on the outskirts of this. So the biggest concentration of 5+ pounders in Lake Marion this week has been around the Jacks Creek area.
There's Chris Johnston over the century mark there. Corey Johnston, his brother, right behind him. Drew Cook, Brandon Polnick. Polnick still waiting to get going full speed here. And Greg Hackney down there in 10th place. Greg Hackney, one of our anglers who's been here since the beginning with the elites. He knows what a special place this is.
You know, honestly, there was a lot of unknown this week because we are considerably later in the year than we have been in the past. But like always, I mean, this place just dumps them out. I mean, it went from just being a really, really good lake that you wanted to go to a destination lake, if that makes sense. It's full of grass now. The fish population is bigger than it's ever been before. And it almost looks like now, regardless of what time of the year you come here, it's just full of 4 to 8 pounders.
The Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite from Santee Cooper Lakes, South Carolina is sponsored by Mercury, by Skeeter Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops. So great to have you with us. Hope you're having a great Sunday morning. We are certainly enjoying it as we have for the 3 previous days. Just a great, great opportunity to go to one of the truly elite places on earth. This is another place that we spent some time in. It's the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Yokohama Tires. What a coincidence that we got that tournament going on right now. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore, the Hall of Famer Davey Hyde, and the ultimate expert on Santee Cooper Lakes. No doubt about that. And we had all sorts of predictions running up to this one, Davey. It could be anywhere from the low 90s to well over 100. We're somewhere in the middle of that right now, but we might inch up some more during the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. A lot of high expectations coming here to Santee Cooper Lakes. Everyone thought there would be some big fish caught, but the thing you have to worry about when you come to these lakes, they're so big, is the weather, the wind, but that has been as favorable as you could ever ask for here this week for the anglers. That's why we've seen a lot of sight fishing, a lot of finesse fishing. Finesse baits with power fishing tackle, I should say.
Ronnie, we look at the horse race, who's going to win between the 2 or 3 at the top, but it's always a little different at a place like this, just because we have so much potential for all of these 10 to do great things and just wow us today.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter what time of the year we come, we've been here in March, in April, in May as well, and we know 30 pounds is possible, but Tommy, we were really worried about the number of limits. We were worried about guys who could fall real far by not catching them. With the grass in the lake, the time of the year, the technology, and the new baits, man, this place has blown it out. We've seen a lot more ceilings than we have floors this week at Santee Cooper.
Yeah, what a week. Well, let's go to our colleague who is on site, of course, and has been all week. We'll be presiding over the weigh-in a little bit later on. Dave Mercer, great to have you once again here. And I don't think it's ever happened. It may have happened at once in a tournament, but right now we got a Johnston Brothers takeover, 1 and 2 at this one right now. What if it ends up that way?
To be honest, I mean, they've been doing that literally since they were. Well, we see Finn Cook, Drew Cook's son, on stage. Well, that's how old the Johnston brothers were when I met them, and it wasn't long after that they've been doing that to good, hard-working tournament anglers for years and years. So much so that one of them decided to become an MC and get out of this whole rig whatsoever, because I am just not what they are. But 2 incredible anglers, and want to talk about a great week for their family, no matter how this works out. I mean, Chris Johnson obviously pulling a tough season out of the fire, literally the toughest season we've seen him have. We have literally never seen him struggle in the Elite Series, but we've seen that this year after being back-to-back Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. But this is going to be a turnaround, and he's heading to Pasquotank, Champlain, and Thousand Islands. A very favorable schedule for him, so you got to be feeling leaving here in a high no matter what way it works out. And then Corey Johnston to come in here, I believe 66 points behind Trey McKinney, and now he is your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader. I talked to them both this morning. I said, hey, if we had talked at the beginning of this event, and I said, you're going to be in this point rolling out of town, they both looked at me and said, yeah, where do I sign up? It has worked out really, really well for them. And I think in some ways, kind of really well for us, because our Angler of the Year race was about to be a rout. But Trey McKinney did Trey McKinney things and had a tough one here. And I spent a little time with him yesterday, and I'm going to give Trey McKinney a lot of love right now, because here's what Trey McKinney told me. He said, yeah, I had a prop problem and everything. And he said, that seems like bad luck, and everyone's going to talk about that. But that was the best luck I had all week. He said, I wasn't going to catch squat. I was on nothing all week long, and people will talk about my travesty of a boat problem, and it hurt me, he said. But he said, at least that'll distract him from the fact that I was on nothing. And that's just what happens. You look at Lake Murray. Corey Johnston was in the exact same situation. So I can't wait to watch this battle go down for our final 3 events of the year.
So, Dave, we've been here about a week. We've been here before. You've been here many times, the Bassmaster Elite Series. My question for you is, been here for about 4 or 5 days now. What's the biggest surprise you've seen here this week, good or bad, on your trip here to Santee Cooper? The biggest surprise to you personally?
Well, actually, my biggest surprise personally is how well appointed your condo is, Davey. I broke in through the back window. I know where you leave that little hide key. And boy, you have an incredibly well appointed condo. We have had a time, as Zona would call it, in that condo, and a big fight last night. I was watching it with Clay Guida and about 40 or 50 of our friends. But that's probably the biggest surprise. I think, really, there's no surprises. It almost lulled me into thinking we were going to be surprised during day number 1. And you look at the weigh-in, we haven't had a weigh-in without 29 pounds. I mean, yesterday to have an almost 10-pounder weighed in. I mean, we're going to leave here with the Crush City Monster Bag of the season and with the Phoenix Boat's biggest bass of the season. That's not shocking. We're at Santee Cooper Lakes, and that's why we come here. So I wouldn't say that something stands out as a surprise. The surprise is that this place keeps getting better and better, and that's the crazy thing. The amount of anglers that crossed the stage and said, keep the grass, keep the grass, keep the grass. If you keep the grass, this could be the best lake in the country.
Mercer, yeah, we broke the biggest bag of the season 7 times this week. The top 7 bags are all from Santee Cooper. Incredible. Looking at Chris Johnston's record, we see so many first times. First Canadian to win an Elite, first Canadian to win the AOY, and he's done it back-to-back. So many big accomplishments and wins. I was looking at his record. He's had 6 second-place finishes in Elite events. It kind of shocked me. It caught me off guard how many seconds he's had with only 1 Elite title. For him to win today, maybe get a Century Club as well for sure, all those different things, it's kind of a long time no see for him in the winner's circle.
It really is. I mean, when you look at the amount of top 20s they both have, and that is, I've mentioned that a few times. Like, if you look at how good Chris has been since he showed up here with everything he's accomplished, because he's done so much, I don't think it stands out to people like how close he's been to being so much. I mean, think about that. Just half of those events go announced the other direction. I look back at Brian Schmidt beating him at in lacrosse, you know, to end the season a few years ago. There's just so many of those moments where it was a razor-thin loss. So it hasn't always gone smoothly, but I think he showed that yesterday. I mean, it doesn't have to be smooth to be good, because we have now, speak about this, I just left Clay Guida, who is a UFC Hall of Famer. We had him on the live cast show. We're talking about peak athletic performance. And we have our tournament leader, our back-to-back Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And he is out there competing in a set of $8 Walmart flip-flops, because he went to buy them last night because we saw what happened to his yesterday.
He's got the common touch. He's a man of the people here. Our guy who's cruising closer and closer to a victory. Great stuff. I think we're all unanimous. We're all very, very lucky to be at Santee Cooper Lakes this week, Dave. And lucky to be able to visit with you. All right, now let's take
one quick question before I leave you guys. Hey, Davey, the toilet upstairs, it's stuck and it's been running and there's a big mess. Do you just wiggle that? I can't fix it, but a lot of towels. Thank you for those plush towels. You need new ones.
Absolutely. I'll have that fixed for you before we come back next time.
I'll show you, talking about the big ones this week, the biggest of the big. Kyle Norsetter, day number 3. 9 pounds and 14 ounces.
He looked like he's about to faint right there. I mean, Kyle's not a small guy, and that's a big bass, but he was breathing heavy and overcome with the moment.
I bet he was about to faint when he caught it, that's for sure.
Quite a moment to be able to bring 2 fish that size, or his 5-fish limit, but the size of those 2. Very, very special. I think everybody that's able to do that realizes it's a moment that you want to always cherish.
Huge move for his season. Tommy came into yesterday unofficially 36th in the point race, moved all the way up in just 1 day of competition to 23rd because of that big bag. So huge points day for making the classic for Kyle Norsetter.
Looking good at this point. Matt Schlopper, another guy who needed to smarten up his season a little bit, came here and he has certainly done some of that. He's not done today.
Got 4. That was kind of fun. Jumping Jerry out there.
Slopper getting it done once again, vibrating jig.
Another thing to keep an eye on here, 10-pound advantage. It's only happened 18 times in the history of the Elite Series. Could be the 19th occurrence today.
All right, we'll keep our eye on that. A lot of other things. Big bass place for sure. Here at Santee Cooper Lakes, we'll be right back.
I went down to the lower lake today. Haven't even been there all week and just started fishing. That's how good this place is. You just have to put the trolling motor down, fish, and you're gonna catch giant bass. It ain't no little ones, and they are mean. I had a 7-pounder today, about whooped me.
14 ounces. It is Hamner time.
Very meaningful endorsement from a former classic champ right there. That's what's been the main attraction here, is go somewhere and catch big ones.
And he's being honest with us. We had a camera with him on day 1 and day 2. He stayed in the upper lake, and for him to say he just went to Lake Moultrie and went fishing and do as well as he did yesterday, that's a true testament to how great the fisheries are.
Hanging in there in 5th place today. Brandon Polinick, a little bit of a slower start for him. Good bit of a slower start for him today. Drew Cook, good early limit. Corey Johnston, better day than day number 3. And Chris Johnson just picked up where he left off on day number 3. Just exceeding all expectations.
He's not on this list right here, but Drew Cook and Justin Hamner made the top 10, and they're staying with Patrick Walters. They're all good buddies. They all travel and room together at times. For Patrick to be 28th this week, how would you rate his South Carolina swing? 2 places you expect to win. He got a 29th and he got a 28th. Those are, you beat 99 anglers and you're beating 70 of them each event. That's good, but the expectations were high for him.
Yeah, but in his defense, these 2 lakes are so big, there is no way you can cover everything in 2.5 days of practice. He may not have practiced anywhere near Jacks Creek. Probably didn't, if I had to guess.
Welcher. A smaller one a little while ago, was expecting the big one to a bit.
Definitely better than 2
That's the right
pounds
one.
there.
It's bleeding.
Johnson sitting at just under 102 pounds unofficially, as it stands right now. Still in our first half of the day.
Be the 81st Century Club in Bassmaster history.
Got him. Oh, big one. Come on, baby.
Oh, jeez.
Frag. Dang it. 4-pounder. Kidding me.
Boat docks, the braces, debris around them through the years. People drop things off the dock like cast nets, so forth and so on. Makes it difficult.
Ropes.
It's always the big ones that get away, though. Never the 2 or 3-pounders.
Oh, yeah, that's deep. That's 2 big ones coming off for Chris today.
Yeah, and honestly, we heard Justin Hamner talk about he had a 7-pounder almost whoop him yesterday. He said, these fish are so strong. Makes it even more difficult.
Well, we just lost another one, 4-pounder. All right, let's try this dock and then we're out of here.
Checking his line before he moves on. Those docks are hard on line.
Yeah, we've seen more anglers break off here this week, break their line than normal for sure.
Hadn't been a bad year for that until this week.
Yeah. It takes something unusual. You know, the line, like everything, line is better than it's ever been. You don't see these guys break off very often unless it's gets tangled up or hits something sharp.
Oh boy, that's a bass. fighting like one. I don't know though. Oh my God, it is a bass. Come on, baby. Don't do it. Yeah. He had me all bungled up. All right. We're on track. We're on track. Yes. I thought I had a giant one. I mean, he's a big one, but he never even stopped pulling. Nice. That's a 4.5, isn't it? I mean, ow, he's heavy. He's fat. He was hungry. Give me that chatterworm, boy. He's almost 5. 483. Take him to the weigh-in. We got 19.25 now. just chattering around. Just throw it over here, throw it over there. We're gonna throw one over there. Pow, 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 pow. Curly leaf pondweed. I know a thing or two about that. We got a lot of that back home. I didn't know if I had a dogfish, if I had a catfish. He was just angry with me. We got him though. Just, these days are just so weird. Like you just don't feel like you're gonna do anything and then you get literally 5 bites and they're over 19 pounds.
That's a limit for Pat. Now he's 20 pounds, looking good. I mean,
it's the first one I've got
considering
on that
to
side.
start.
Yes.
God dang. I could not get a bite on a light colored chatterworm in practice. I just started throwing it because all them shad there's shad everywhere in this corner.
Well, he wrapped it up right there. You just get 5 bites and you got almost 20 pounds. Yeah. That's common here on Santee Cooper Lakes. You don't have to catch 20 to have a 5-fish limit that averages 4 pounds. A lot of them are just like that one, 4+.
Pat talking about how this place is different, and it is, most of the places we go, we can identify the times of day when it's going to be good and when it's going to be slow. It's a lot harder to do here. I mean, it can happen anytime.
I guess if we had to identify the times of day it's going to be good here this week, it's been all day.
All day. 8 hours worth of it.
Yes, which is a great thing for us here in studio.
Every of the day. All of the day, every of the day.
The second 5Z gives them the best bagsy of the day.
We got a little Captain Ripley now.
He's been talking about needing a little more wind all week, and this.
I had to like backhand it to reel him out of there because he was pulling me into those lily glotches.
This is more wind than we've seen where he's at so far this week.
That would move Pat up into 4th place.
He wasn't hooked very good either.
A lot of the anglers predicted that vibrating jig would be good here this week. Pat Sloffer, the only one making the top 10 doing that.
Well, some of our anglers on the move. Around, don't leave anything on the table today. Hit your best places. Give it everything you've got. Certainly Chris Johnston is doing a lot of that. Huge lead right now, still almost 16 pounds over his brother Corey Johnston. And Chris Johnston can tell us the importance of making all the right moves.
The problem with how I was fishing today and the previous day, I don't feel like the fish are reloading. It's very isolated stuff, and I think what's there, you're catching, and then you got to fish new water. So tomorrow I'm going to fish a few places that I did today, but then I'm also going to run some new water. I'm not saying I'm going to load the boat in there, but I feel like if I'm running out of options, I can go in there, settle down for the afternoon, maybe get 2 or 3 big bites.
Coming up later today, there's $1 million on the line as NASCAR's best battle each other and the concrete monster of Dover. It's the NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race. Pre-race coverage starts at noon Eastern with the green flag at 1, only on FS1. Coming up right after us here, let's take a look at the Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings. And Caleb Hudson has amassed during the course of the season a huge lead. He fell off a little bit. He didn't have his best tournament here at Santee Cooper Lakes, but still a pretty good margin ahead of Fisher Anaya. Won the second tournament of the season. Down in Alabama, Pake South in third place now. Tristan McCormick, Matt Messer, Aaron Jagfeld, Sam Hangy, Rock Rinkemeyer, Austin Cranford, and Nick Trim. I think we got to hear of Hudson and one other of our rookies yesterday on the live cast. It was very interesting. Jagfeld, I think, was on there as well.
Yeah.
Interesting points of view from those guys.
It went from 91 to now 58 points. So he still is got it, but you're almost losing half your points in an event. It's tough.
Yeah, I was about to say, you look at the separation between first and second, you think, oh, but it was a lot bigger than that just a few days ago.
2025 Rookie of the Year, Tucker Smith, having a good tournament here. That's a help.
Boom! You should have seen that thing run.
Dude, that's so cool.
Did you see that crap? Did you freaking see that, dude? Holy smokes.
That was the running shot in every.
Dude, that's insane. That was so sick. Five-pounder. I get Chase. Chase should have followed us in here.
I'm so angry.
Tucker Smith said on stage yesterday that he was just jump fishing.
I'll hold him up for him.
How about this? We've had 3 no-scope events, 1 on his home lake, 1 at the 10 Tom, and 1 this week. He has 2 top 10s, and his worst finish of the season was his home lake. Or worst finish of those 3 events was his home lake, 78th, but he's got a 7th and currently 8th coming into today on the no-scope events for Young Gun.
That's happened to more than one angler this year, I think, having your worst event
At
closest
your
to home.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure. You hear fishing history, what has worked in years past.
Also, the conditions in that event was, I mean, dramatic cold fronts and temperatures of water temperatures we don't normally have tournaments in.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting, but Tucker's definitely carried his weight.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw that bite, but that was one of the sickest bites I've ever had. Threw it up there, it was probably 6 inches of water. And I just see a giant black shadow just like swim straight off the bank. And I was like, I picked up my line and my line was hauling butt the other way. And I just freaking leaned into her. And she came up jumping probably 3.5, 4 foot in the air and boat flipped her in the boat. It's pretty sick. But right now we're just fishing some shallow cypress trees. Like, there's so much sun, and what I figured out the last couple days is just trying to find any piece of cover that's in the water that's got shade around it. That's the biggest, ooh, that was grass. That's the biggest deal. There's not much cover in the water that's got shade. And if you can find something that's got some shade around it, that's still in the water, because the water's 2 foot low, there's some bass around it. Second day I caught a 7-pounder off a cypress tree that was in less than a foot of water, so kind of the same deal. I've been waiting for the sun to get up so I can start running some of this shallower shady cover, and now it should be prime time to run a bunch of it. So we'll mix in some docks, some cypress trees, and any cover we see that's got some shade around it, and try to catch some big ones. We got 2 5-pounders. I'd be happy with 3 more. So let's make it happen.
He's gotten well in the Angler of the Year race, last 2 events. He was 63rd, then 21st at Murray. Jumped him near 40. Now he's climbing inside that. He's in the 30s, low 30s.
Yeah. Both no scope tournaments.
No scope, no problem. Best finish of the year for Tucker? Tennessee Tom Bigby.
7th place, and he came in today in 8th, so he has a chance to right that and move up for sure.
Did not see that one coming. Good tournament here on Santee Cooper, though, but none better than this man, our tournament leader, Chris Johnston. I mean, working those boat docks over.
Oh man, come on. Come on in. It's a great big one. Oh my God. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. This is her. This is the kicker. No, don't jump. Oh, yes. Woo. That's what we came up here for. That's the meat. Oh, yes. Oh, we came 10 miles up for these 3 docks. Oh, I didn't know if he was gonna come out of there. My saving grace is when they eat this and they have the treble hook way in their mouth, there's no bait for it to get caught on those posts. So, oh, am I ever thankful to get that one in. It was way back in there. Thank you. Oh. That's a giant. The size of that thing. Oh, a giant. Got us a 7. Seven-pounder. It's rid of a 215.
Well, I guess we're doing a little bit of math in the studio here. 3 docks plus 7-pounder equals 10 miles of worthwhile travel for Chris Johnston. As we're bringing into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, I got Davey High here. And Davey, the bait that they're talking about, the koiki style lure, the urchin type of fishing lure, skipping docks with it this week, but we've seen it out in the abyss, deep water, over deep water lately. Explain to the viewers why this has been such a big deal up shallow this week.
Well, simply put, it just catches bass. I've talked to a lot of different people. I've fished with these lures in the last 3 or 4 months, quite a bit, trying to figure out how to rig them, exactly how to fish them. Similar to a jerk bait, because these baits do suspend, but rigging them is a whole different animal. There's not really a perfect way to rig them. There's several ways that anglers are doing. You just saw Chris Johnson, and he mentioned that he is using a treble hook. That's one popular way. Put a bigger treble hook in this heavy line, 20-pound test line, bait caster, treble hook just like so, and just pop this bait along. Most of the anglers are adding a little bit of weight to these baits, anywhere from a 1/16 to about a 3/16 ounce weight, and there's different ways to do that. You have a couple different sizes. I would call this the mid-range size, a 18 millimeter, 19 millimeter.
And 24, and then there's also some that are in that 15 to 16 range as well.
And we call them the corky type baits. You know, we have 6 cents baits here, the Abstract. A lot of different companies are starting to make them. Even Chris Johnson, the performance that he's had here this week, he's saying, I'm no expert with these baits. So a lot will be learned about these baits, how to fish them, but I think Chris Johnson is teaching a lot of people how good they are and a pretty good way to fish them.
Absolutely.
What a giant. I was thinking to myself today, I'm like, I don't think I've had one hit it on the fall all week. That one I didn't even get a twitch in. I was like, am I hung on a brush pile or something? And then I felt the head shake. Nope, not a brush pile.
Some bigger plastic, more drag in the water, so when you see him pop
we need one more good fish, and it's 11 o'clock.
Seems like it's too much action.
We haven't made it down to the bottom end of this lake yet. Our small one's a 3-pounder.
Got rid of a 2-pounder there, so a 5-pound upgrade.
Yeah, it seems like it would be too much action, but we were talking about the amount of drag it has, all of those tentacles on it, just get so much water movement.
You have to give it that quick snap to,
took some
to
pressure
really
off.
make it
Thank
move
you.
erratically.
Was that your pet? I'll just take him for a boat ride. Thank you. Hoping you got one more. All right. They don't get much bigger than that one, though.
Some real fear on landing that fish as well. We've seen him fish pretty clean overall, other than the swan dive he took yesterday and things like that. But he's lost 2 really good ones today. He shouldn't have a 2 and a 3 in his box. They should have been long gone, but he still has to replace one more.
Apparently the sky's the limit for our man Chris Johnston. He just keeps catching big ones here. He's been doing it strong for 4 days now, and he's got plenty of time left to do even more. Yokohama Tire's Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. And by Humminbird. Oh, and look back, objects in the rear view may be bigger than they appear.
Hey, that duck turned around. Did you see that duck turn around like, come on, bring it?
Yeah. I'll fly over you.
Yeah.
Wings.
They're biting, they're feeding. The gators are after the ducks.
And the music is playing, and oh my goodness.
Hey, Power Pro Replay of the Day music. That's the music we knew we'd probably hear. Chris Johnson, what a performance this week. This is the one you're looking for on Championship Sunday. Power Pole Replay of the Day.
That's what we came up here for.
That's what we came up here for. Made a run of about 10 miles up Lake Marion for 3 or 4 docks in this area that he came to. You know you've got the pattern figured out. You're dialed in when you make a 10-mile run to fish 3 or 4 boat docks and you catch a 7-pounder. Power Pole Replay of the Day, 7-pound, 2 ounce. Chris Johnson, once again, dominating.
Got 24 pounds on the day, 106.15, and a 21-pound lead.
Yeah, that 21-pound lead right now, guys, would be the 4th largest margin of victory in Elite Series history. So we obviously didn't expect 20-pound lead over second place. Chris's big morning and Brandon Polinick with only 1 right now has meant everyone else who was far behind has to pull their weight.
Yeah, when I was talking to Dave Mercer, I asked him about anything that really surprised him. We've been here before, but that's something that is surprising me, for the separation between first and second place here to be 20 plus pounds.
Dr. Smith just put a good 5-pounder in the live well 25, 30 minutes ago. That might give him some ounces there.
Pretty shallow.
Tucker mentioned to a cameraman just a few minutes ago, this is
No info back there.
2 best tournaments this year with no forward-facing
Yeah.
sonar allowed.
If Chris Johnston gets this in, he'll become the 11th active elite with 2 or more century belts. And he'll be only the 3rd to win one on smallmouth and one on largemouth, joining Patrick Walters and Koya Fujita.
You say his lead now would be the 3rd. That'd be after Patrick Walters and Welcher.
4th, actually,
Okay.
4th. So it was Welcher with his 45-pound victory last year.
4th.
Walters 29th, or 29-pound win.
We got
I
the
think
century mark.
Corey had a 21-pound win at St. John's.
100 pounds.
Chris just mentioned he realized he's got the century belt.
Unbelievable week of fishing at Santee. I've fished pretty clean all tournament up until today. Lost those 2 good ones, but I've been very fortunate to fish pretty clean and having a chance at these giants. There's not many places you can come do this, no scope, and get that kind of weight. It just seems like there's a bunch of 4 to 6 pounders in this place. It's alive and healthy. I need one more of them. One more.
It's always one more, isn't it?
Yeah.
My old hands are raw. It's a good thing.
I would be saying the same thing.
This is my last
I'm not so
quickie.
sure he needs one more.
You got to strike while the iron
In a
is
good
hot.
color
Let's say that.
that I think's good color.
The Johnson brothers fishing very close together, well, relatively close together. This is a big place. Back over to Drew Cook.
Nice. I can't believe that. You could have absolutely seen that one. Long, skinny thing.
We've seen Drew Cook catch hundreds of bass sight fishing in his career on the Elite Series. Even he is using a corky style bait now. We've never seen him do that. It's usually a big bite baits, flapping whatever.
Yeah. Right.
Creature type soft plastic bait, but.
And this week he's been using a wacky snack.
Hey, there we go.
Is that Mercer and Kyle headed to?
Definitely. Kyle Jesse in front of that boat.
I did. I thought that was
people out for a good time.
They headed to get some of those bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits like we saw Corey Johnson.
Maybe looking for some Koike style baits as well. I think the Abstract is a great name for that because it's really kind of hard to figure out what it looks like. And I think if I had a bait company and needed to get in that game, I would call it the FOMO.
FOMO.
Here we go.
Right? Fear of missing out.
Here we go.
Chris, another big one on.
on, baby. Come on. Oh, yes.
Wow.
There we go. Gets rid of a 3-pounder.
He's just showing off at this point.
This is like, come on, man.
That's a little football. Nice.
He said he needed
Santee
one more big
Cooper
one, and that's it.
Yes. We put the pressure on now. It's gonna call a 3-pounder. It's not quite as big as I thought, but it's still, oh. It says it's 4 3/4. It's bigger than I thought. Take that all day. Yes.
What are the odds he's going to say he needs one more big one after this?
I would be disappointed if he did.
Pound and 3/4 coal will put him probably close to 26 pounds today. Started the day with 82 and change, so he's that Kyle Austin prediction of 110 to 120, man.
Exactly what I was thinking, Ronnie. Probably feels a little vindicated.
Nobody else is going to get close, but one guy will. One guy will for sure.
Well, it's a real display here. Can't keep our eyes off of it. Chris Johnson just absolutely killing it here. Final day. Beautiful, beautiful stuff going on here. Drew Cook, Corey Johnson, Pat Schlopper, and Brandon Polinick. Still a little slow for him. The greatest spectacle in racing is coming. It's the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Don't miss the pageantry and the tradition of the biggest race in motorsports. Coverage of the Indy 500 begins at 10 a.m. Eastern, green flag at 12:30 next Sunday on Fox. Oh, what a day out here. Chris Johnston just absolutely taking a good lead to start the day and turning it into a monolithic lead, I guess is what you'd call it right now. Just a mountain that I don't know how anybody's going to be able to climb.
Yeah, we just don't see this very often. There, once every few years. It did happen last year, but that was super unusual. But hey, let's talk about Mercury move of the day. Oh yeah, Chris Johnson. He's certainly the one who's made a move. Even though he was leading coming into today, the big move today was him doing what he's done for the last 3 days, just doing it again. Mercury move of the day. Total weight so far for this event, unofficially 108 pounds, 4 ounces. 21 pounds being his slow day. How often do we say that out of 4 days? 32.8, 29.2, 25.7, and he's still got a lot of fishing time left. Mercury move of the day, Chris Johnson.
You look at that. Day 2 weight, 32 pounds plus. I mean, I don't know, the 115 pounds and 15 ounces of Preston Clark in 2006.
Yeah, a couple
it's
more
not
like that.
completely safe, I would say, right now.
And think of another move he had. He started the week 38th in points after a bad Lake Murray. He's cut that in half. He's 19th in the AOI race now for having his worst, 3 of his worst finishes we've seen.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if he's gonna help.
I was about to say, it's only a 4-pounder. It might not help.
The old sandwiches are warming up. It's a nice one. I don't know if he's gonna help. Not a bad one. Healthy fish. I don't think he's gonna help. Says he's the exact same as the other one. Wow, identical weight. I gotta do some little organizing right here. think that's probably him right there.
Anglers can only bring 5 fish in. Not only can they only bring 5 to the scales, they can only possess 5 fish at a time. When you catch your 6th fish, you have to release one before you start fishing again. So obviously he has 6 in the boat right now, but he will release one before he starts fishing again. Just wants to make sure. You don't want to make a mental mistake at this point. He's done all he needs to do as far as putting fish in the boat. You just want to be smart, be safe, get those fish back to weigh in.
They're always cautious, doesn't know what Brandon Polnick's doing. Suspects that he's doing a lot, but do you think that by now he's thinking, maybe I got this?
Oh yeah, when he caught the 7-pounder, to me, you could just tell he was like, Brandon might catch him, but he's going to have to really, really catch him. And it's good that you mentioned that. As a tournament bass angler, it's almost like you're a card player. You always have to assume your opposition has a full house.
Right.
You can't think that he's got a small pair. And that's exactly what Chris is thinking here about Brandon Polnick. He's put 29 plus on the scales 2 of the last 3 days that they weighed in. He expects that he could do it again today.
He's been considerably low on his bass track these last 2 days.
Yes.
Obviously, Chris making a move, not only just extending his lead, but also changing locations and just picking up right where he left off. We've got a couple other big movers here at the Screen of Knowledge. We talked about it. Kyle Norsetter's huge day yesterday. Not only was it a big day to move up the leaderboard and just missed our top 10, finishing in 11th place, his 28-plus pound bag, that almost 10-pounder. After 5 events of the season, he was 35th in points, which is right around the bubble of the Classic. You don't want to be in those mid to low 30s. Because you don't want to miss the Classic. That single day move, even though he was in the top 50, guys, he hung around 35th to 36th in points because he was 40th in this event. He really hadn't gained many points, just sustained. His big move yesterday afternoon, midday, moved him to 23rd in the points race. Huge tournament, huge single day for Kyle Norsetter. Meanwhile, another big day, first top 10 for Greg Hackney since 2024 at the St. Johns River. It's been much longer than we ever expected for him to get a top 10 since that last one. And after 4 events, after the Arkansas River, we thought we're going to get to the 10-tom stop number 3. We're going to get to the Arkansas River stop number 4, and Hackney's going to do well. Still hadn't really gotten traction. 87th out of, at that point, 101 Elite Series pros. Bottom 15, and after a good Murray and a great Santee Cooper, all the way up to 50th. Just with 2 great events this season. We still have 3 more. I would say Pasquotank's going to be in his wheelhouse, and then you've got those northern swing that he's very familiar with. If Hackney can make and sustain the charge he's doing, he could see himself back in the Classic, which we're so used to seeing.
Definite possibility. One more look right there, that giant from Kyle Norsetter. I like that shirt that's got the contour map sort of pattern on there. I like that.
He's one with the water, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one with the bottom. Anyway, that's what the contour is
I wanted
about.
to bring it up because I picked him this week.
Chris Johnston, Drew Cook, and Corey Johnston, your top 3, but man, it's all Chris Johnston. Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Sure appreciate the lakes. They have given us so much. This tournament has been so much about the giant ceiling that these anglers have gotten the opportunity to deal with during 4 days now, at least 10 of them. Clarendon County, our host organization, has been fantastic, and we always appreciate their efforts, their partnership, and they're willing to take it on. It's a big project.
Yeah, absolutely. Hats off to the folks at Clarendon County. We appreciate them having us here. These 2 lakes are huge. A lot of counties touch the Santee Cooper Lakes, and we appreciate the folks at Clarendon County for wanting the Bassmaster Elite Series to be here this week.
Let's take a look at Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points right now. And it is Corey Johnston in the lead, 20 pounds, the advantage over Trey McKinney, and less than 10 pounds back is Dakota Ebert, Cole Sands, Brandon Cobb, and John Garrett. Drew Cook, throw him in there. Those all very much bunched closely together. So this is a more wide open Angler of the Year race than it was coming into here. Trey McKinney had a big lead, and the boy, just as he has done for the past 2 years, just overachieving all season long, but one event sort of been the derailer. It was day one and day two here.
We were thinking this a few tournaments ago, and then Lake Murray changed things, but man, it's going to be fun watching this Angler of the Year race for the rest of this season.
Tight competition. Nail biter for sure.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You see Chris Johnson. Bait skipped off the water a little high and got hung on the dock there. I don't remember an Elite Series tournament, whether I was fishing it or covering it like I do now, that anglers go to such effort to get their baits back as we have seen this week here.
It'll make them obsessive for sure.
Price point, availability, all those different factors.
Yes.
And we've never seen someone be around as much cover. This has been a big open water technique the first couple events of the season, but not around structure like this, not around cover.
What will anglers do to get that kind of bait back? Well, here's Chris Johnston yesterday.
Got his one of only 2 baits that he said he had in his boat like this, so you could see him really trying to get his bait unhung yesterday.
We gave it a 6.7. You know, the Russian judges might be a little bit harder and give it a 5 or something like that.
I'm still waiting on the Canadian judges' score. You asked Dave Mercer for his score yesterday. I don't remember if he gave it to us or not, but surely the Canadian judge will give him a 8, 8.5. At
Little
least.
splash on the entry. That can ruin a perfect 10. I don't think he gets that.
But he stuck the landing because he got the bait back, caught a giant bag to then take the lead later on in the day with it. So we'll give him some post hindsight
10-mile
credit.
run. All it is 3 or 4 docks at the mouth of a pocket, spawning pocket, and they're just staging. They probably spawned and they're just sitting on the outside of the pocket under those shady docks. I'm gonna fish 1 or 2 more on the edge of this pocket, and then we're heading back down. I still haven't I wanna go fish that bottom end of this lake and just put my head down and fish another 100 docks and try and get 1 6-pounder. If I can get a 6-pounder, I think it's over. Right now, Polinick's gotta catch probably 30 pounds. But that is doable here. I did it. I know he's capable of it. Anyone could catch 30 in the top 10. Oh, just missed one. So I need to lock this thing up with 1 more big one.
There we go. 1 more big one.
We ain't done yet.
Called it.
Hey, he's close to Poplar Creek Landing Marina there now. His brother Corey got a bacon and egg sandwich, but they have the best cheeseburger on the lake, real close to where he is right now. If he only knew the lead that he had, he'd probably go get one.
That's Schlopper. Second best limit of the day so far.
First time we've
Almost
seen
20
him up pitching in this thick vegetation.
I can't believe it. 2 days now I haven't got one out of these mats. It just blows my mind. There we go. That's why we flip the mats, baby. you're gonna go punch mats, that's all you need. Sweet beaver. Oh, big boy, that's a 60. That's a 60 for sure. Oh my God, that might be 7, dude. I told you, I can't believe we didn't get anything out of these mats. Number 3 is going. This is gonna give us our biggest bag of the week. Oh, he's about 7. We'll call him 7. 7-pounder, baby. Number 3. Yes. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that tank. Just a big, skinny mini. I mean, you talk about, why don't you upgrade me? That's why I kept coming back here, dude. No, I'm not gonna lie. I probably shouldn't have swung it, but I had them coming. Dude, I literally, words came out of my mouth and I flipped it in and I just felt, dude, we're working on a bag now. Poppy, Poppy. Poppy want bluegill. Oh, I love punching, dude. I love it. We got almost.
I know I'm biased. Is there another fishery in the country right now that you can go one end of one lake to the other? We do have 2 lakes here, which makes it a little different. But go anywhere, I guess I should say, and basically do anything
what you want
and have a chance of catching 4+ pounders. Right. We have seen every bait, every technique you can imagine here this week.
Pat's math's pretty good. According to Bass Track, he did just top his best limit of the week, which is 23.12. It's 23.15 as it stands right now.
Boy.
Guys, we've been talking about how big this fishery is. I got the deep dive app here, and we go over to Brandon Polnick's region. But looking at Lake Marion in general, look how big this fishery is. And this is the water clarity they came with this week. The light blue is a great water clarity, the clearest that you can probably get for this fishery. The green is a little bit more of a stain to it. What's awesome is you can go back in time with the deep dive app to 2 weeks ago to see what the water clarity was. Maybe you can go back almost a month ago to see what it was. And you can also go check out recent satellite imaging. I'll click that and switch to there. And you can really get a good picture of the pockets of clarity on this fishery. This would be considered more of an off-colored water compared to this clear pocket in jacks. And you can correlate that, and when you're doing your research and study, we can go back and click our water clarity there, and you can see, look at the light blue pocket of clear water there. When you're sitting here trying to decipher what is actual clear water here, we'll go back to the satellite image. There it is, pristine, filtered and protected by the vegetation. It's concealed back in the pocket there versus the main drag that does have a little bit different water clarity there. And so when you're going around the whole Lake Davy and you can say, well, where is the clear water this week? It's everywhere, but last week it was dirty in this region. So those fish might not have been biting, it might not have been conducive, and now that it's cleared up, it's time to go hit that area, and those fish are going to be more apt to bite. So you can see when you're going from a lake maybe 3 weeks ago and you weren't here and you heard it was clear, well, you didn't know that it got dirty in between there before you got back. So using the deep dive app, you can download that app, check out a lake near you, but breaking down a big fishery, not only with weather, wind, recent satellite imaging, but also the water clarity aspect of it, finding pockets of clean water like jacks, explains why there's probably 3 to 5 anglers in our top 10 who have spent a good portion of time in this region.
Yeah, that's a great part of that deep dive app. A big key to not only Brandon, he's weighted in the heaviest stringers around this Jacks Creek area, but a big reason that they're doing so well there is just recently has this water cleared up on the outer part of Jacks Creek, close to the mouth of the river, and that's where most of these fish are being caught.
Very cool to see that when you do get the private versions of the maps that we have and you're looking at the locations of anglers and you're wondering why there's a concentration here. Well, it's fish, but it's also cover, clarity, protection, all of that.
Good stuff.
And when you look at traditional topo maps, you're like, look at this pocket, it's wide open. And then you go to the recent satellite and it's like, this is all grass mats. This is all, you know, not hard bank, but soft bank.
Had to come back to my old honey hole to get a bite. That jig hit the bottom and it goes, I see the line go, dink. I checked it, I said, huh, one's got it.
Back to his old honey hole, Greg Hackney. I think that's the 3rd day in a row he's caught a bass right there.
Chris Johnston, just incredible. He keeps adding to his total, now up to 108 pounds and 4 ounces. Pat Schlopper, having a real good day out there, moved himself all the way up into 2nd place from middle of the pack here today, and Drew Cook standing in 3rd place, 14-20. Coming up later today, there's $1 million on the line as NASCAR's best battle each other and the concrete monster of Dover. It's the NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race. Pre-race coverage starts at noon Eastern. The green flag at 1, only on FS1.
I've been to a number of those NASCAR locations. I've never been to Dover.
I know it's in Delaware. That's
in Delaware.
Tucker Smith, last year's Rookie of the Year, loves this place and loves what Davey was talking about, the ability to go anywhere and fish the way you want.
With 63 pounds, 2 ounces, he moves into 4th place and he's inside our top 10.
We just wrapped up day 3, had 22 pounds today and made the top 10 cut. I'm super blessed, man. It's been a fun week. I've been mixing it up, grinding shallow. I caught them out of grass the first day. The second day I caught them off cypress trees. Today I caught them off boat docks. So it's been fun. I'm having to adjust and try to figure out what those fish are doing every single day. So I'm excited to be in the top 10. Hopefully we can go smack them.
These people who really take pride in their junk fishing ability can show their skills off here and, you know, be like Chris Johnson and have a very focused plan, which is includes your travel schedule and everything else, and show how to really run the score up. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. Pat Schlopper in 2nd place, Corey Johnson in 3rd.
You're gonna have guys like Tucker in 5 years saying, remember, I only lost to Chris by 35 pounds. That's how good he caught him. I caught 85 and I lost by 35.
Which ain't bad. Really.
That's not bad.
Really not bad having 90 pounds for 3.5 days, almost 4 days of fishing. Hey, but when someone's got it dialed in, or any of these elite guys get really dialed in, we see it every now and then, and that's exactly what Chris Johnson has going on here this week. He just ran 10 miles to fish a little pocket that he's never seen before. He saw it on his map, ran 10 miles and caught almost a 5-pounder and won a little over 7 pounds. You've got things figured out. You've got it dialed in when you can call your shots like that.
Haven't got to spend much time with Bob Downey today. That's been sort of slow, still looking for his 5th fish.
Missed him. See if he can get it.
That was a freaking giant.
Bite it again.
God, he missed it.
Give him 2 chances. Sometimes they just don't get it. They're so aggressive.
Yeah,
they don't get it.
Know their own strength.
Just a little too excited about having a topwater frog for lunch.
Some frog legs. Now to Drew Cook. Drew Cook's been 3rd place, occupying that spot for a while now today.
smallest fish for Drew Cook you see there. 2 pounds, 4 ounces. This is gonna be a little upgrade, not a lot, but every ounce counts.
2.5.
Honestly, 1 ounce.
Yeah, that's the lower limit of upgrades.
He talked about the possibility of a belt, but he's only halfway there today.
Let's head down to Moultrie. Justin Hamner.
Good day yesterday. Saw him catch one big one earlier.
A butterball. That's the fattest fish I've caught all week. Dang, pretty little fella. Well,
And we're seeing if he can get a few ounces out of that butterball, as he described it. Back to Bob Downey.
Just missed a nice one on this frog.
There we go.
gosh. I keep missing it, man.
Sure, Bob Downey has fished the frog a lot.
That was a bass.
Part of the country he's from, but he's got the safety off here.
Yeah.
It's like they're just swatting at it.
Good look right here in the middle of this clump of vegetation. Oh, it did take the bait under.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wanted the legs of the frog, where the hook's not.
You were.
We just watched it blow up.
Or he came back twice. Well, we're getting some fish to bite, but they're missing our frog. We're still only sitting on 4. We've had a really slow day, which doesn't surprise me. We're kind of due for a slow day after the last 3. We've had a lot of good fortune, but that one was probably 4 to 5 pounds. And we just had another one come up, and they're not really getting the frog. I don't really know what's going on. That one missed it twice. I've been seeing fish kind of scoot out from these little pads, so I started throwing that frog in, or these little mats, and got a couple to blow up. I was just about to leave this area, and then I saw a few fish, so I'm gonna spend a little time here, but it's been pretty dang slow overall. Hot, muggy for us. This place is tough. You almost can't catch them where you caught them the day before. You almost got to do something different to be able to catch them. Like this little area, I haven't fished these mats the last 3 days. I've fished out there, but not up in here. So we keep switching it up and see if we can't put a couple good ones in the boat before the end of the day. We still got decent amount of time, but we are running out of time a little bit. But it's been fun. I'm happy to be here on Championship Sunday. We didn't really have a shot to win it anyways, but obviously you'd like to bring in a limit with a couple good ones, so we'll keep at it, see what we can do here the rest of the day.
Bob Downey just making his good season even better this week at Santee Cooper Lakes. He's got himself in the top 10 Progressive Angler of the Year points.
Now, this compliment isn't a diss to everybody else, but I don't know of a soul around the bass fishing industry that doesn't like Bob Downey. He's like the nicest guy.
Super
good
nice
to see him in the
Absolutely.
top 10.
To a fault. Chris Johnson hooked up, bow done.
I don't know if he'll help or not. Man. He's not gonna help. 3-pounder. Come here, buddy. Don't want that treble again. Nice fish anywhere else. Probably 3.5. He ain't 4.
It's so hard just to release a fish that size because you think it's got to be big enough to go on my live well. But his smallest fish is 4 pounds, and I don't think that fish is 4 pounds.
Live well's already pretty well packed.
It's like this doesn't seem right. Yes, a psychological barrier. Almost want to text him. You have a 28-pound lead. The cheeseburgers are great at Poplar Creek Marina, not far from you at all. Go
Treat
get you
yourself. Be nice to yourself for a minute here. Don't
But
beat
instead,
yourself
it's one more. I just need one more big one.
I mean, he's going behind people. He's going to new stuff. And he's making it way easier than it actually is on some of these guys.
Yeah.
We got Brandon Polnick's been stellar, struggling today.
A 10-mile run, call your shots, catch a 7-pounder and 5-pounder. Man.
Definition of being dialed in. Chris Johnston for 4 days here. Santee Cooper Lakes and 108 pounds, 4 ounces. Just a formidable, formidable lead. Yokohama Tire's Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, South Carolina, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. Beautiful stuff here for Pat Schlopper in second place. Likes this place. And you can look at that pond he's in now. You can see a little bit of upper Mississippi there in that scene, but he is in love with Santee Cooper Lakes.
Fishing shallow grass, I really like doing that. It's similar to some places I fish back home, you know, like the Mississippi River, Okeechobee, and I really like fishing that way, just pretty much locking a chatterbait in my hand. Fishing a lot of new water, just places that the wind's hitting, places that I think the fish are moving out of or moving into, and just trying to get it in front of 5 good ones and get them in the boat.
Pat doing a great job out there today, but still way, way back down the road for Chris Johnson and his torrid pace, not just today, but through all of the days of fishing, especially his 32-pound plus day on number 2. All our anglers, though, you can tell they're tickled to be here, being able to get this opportunity to come to the absolute top tier. Probably, I guess, David, maybe one of the 5 places in this country as far as big bass goes, maybe one of the 3.
I think after this week, you certainly would hear most of these elite anglers and most of our viewers say that they're definitely top 5, top 3.
Chris Johnson gets his fish back in, Santee Cooper moves up to third place by itself with 9 instances of 100 pounds or more. Of course, this guy right here did it 2022, had 6 in 2006.
I don't think he's gonna do nothing either.
You mentioned it on, I think on day 1, Tommy, remembering in past tournaments, these fish looking lighter colored, silver, moving in.
Silver, yeah.
That's a prime example of that fish not being the dark green like a lot of the other fish. We heard Drew Cook mention yesterday, hey, there's new ones swimming in, like a group of big females swimming in. So you saw the day that he had yesterday, weighing in 25.11. But I haven't seen him catch any of those bigger fish so far today.
No, that's very surprising. I figured he would be probably on a couple of big ones throughout the course of this day. There's some time left.
Yes, especially for him.
Good bit of time.
Caught his bigger fish in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Man, these could so easily be big ones.
Fourth of 4 great days here in this incredible place, Santee Cooper Lakes. This place was a star back in 2006 when the elites got going. This was the #1 destination where the record for 4 days of fishing was set at that time for the Bassmasters. And it has come back around in a huge way.
I'll be the first person to say I was wrong. I thought this was going to be a tougher event. I thought of the 2 lakes, Murray was going to shine more than this. We know the height and the ceiling of 30-pound bags here, but I thought it was going to be more difficult than it was. Grass is back. Let's keep it, Davey.
Grass is back at both of these fisheries. And I know I'm biased. I was born and raised in South Carolina, but the last 2 weeks have been special. This week, man, when you see this size fish caught anywhere in the country, it makes you want to go there and fish. Thank you for the folks at Clarendon County for letting us borrow your great Santee Cooper Lakes for about 4 days of just joy to watch. I can't wait to get there. It won't be long. I will be fishing there, I promise you.
It is an absolute treasure among all the great fishing lakes in this country. This is absolute top-tier stuff. And the Santee Cooper Lakes have given us a great week this time around. Probably be better the next time we go.
You got to fix the toilet burst or broke before you go fishing, Davey. That's the to-do list. The to-do list.
I don't agree. I don't agree. Oh, 3 o'clock.
Hey, maybe one day if the wind blows really hard, I'll get around to those honeydew things.
While it's calm, get out on the water.
Why worry yourself? Weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can catch that on Bassmaster.com. The Yeti hot seat occupied by Chris Johnston. This is more like one of these new vehicles with the air conditioning in the seats. He is feeling no heat whatsoever. He's not aware of that right now. He still thinks that maybe there's a chance that Brandon Polnick could run him down, but man, it is looking like a tsunami for Chris Johnston. Coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. Thank you, and we will see you next time on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Let's get ready to weigh up! The Bassmaster season for 2026 has been astonishing. Nuts, 20 pounds, 13 ounces! We have crowned a new world champion. Nashville, Tennessee, let's go nuts! 22-year-old Dylan Nutt became the first-time competitor to take the title in 2 decades, winning the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic by a dominating 9-pound-plus margin. But before that, the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series kicked the season off with former Classic champ Hank Cherry winning at the site of his 2020 Classic victory at Lake Guntersville in Alabama. Lake Guntersville belongs to Hank Cherry! Big. Yes, sir. Then we got a good look at the future of the elites when a 20-year-old phenomenon named Fisher Anaya took down the best anglers in the business at stop number 2 just down the road on Lake Martin. At stop number 3, the veteran struck back
From Dry Creek, Oklahoma, Jason Christie.
with another former Classic champ, Oklahoma's Jason Christie using his skills to school the field at Mississippi's Tennessee Tom Bigby waters.
Christie closes the door.
Then it was more river fishing on Christie's home waters in Oklahoma. But it would be Tennessee's Jacob Founts making a genius calculation and getting the mother lode all to himself.
And Championship Sunday is Founts standing.
Last week on Lake Murray, it was second-year elite Paul Marks getting his second win in as many seasons.
Look at that beast.
With a super consistent first 3 days and a near flawless game plan on day 4.
Boy.
And now we're into the second half of the season, and the season-long points race looms larger than ever. And even an angler with a big lead is subject to losing his spot after a single bad day. Right now, there are a handful of anglers still capable of turning everything upside down in the race for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
That's why you keep freaking working.
As we head into the massive Santee Cooper Lakes complex, and one of the 99 will grab the 6th trophy of the year.
What an incredible day of bass fishing. Your tournament leader.
So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I think we're going to get some fish, but I got them in today, so who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. But I'm bringing my swim shorts tomorrow because I only got one bait left, and if I get it hung up, I'm going in to get it. So stay tuned. Should be an interesting day.
It's the Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
South Carolina, that's where we've been hanging out the last few weeks, and what a few weeks it has been. Finishing it off, Santee Cooper Lakes, the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite, and an incredible, incredible body of water. Such a fabled big fish factory, and it has lived up to that here this week. Not had a day where we didn't see at least 29 pounds weighed in, had a 32. We're going to leave here with our Crush City Monster Bag of the season, our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the season. So I would say it definitely lived up to the hype. And, well, the hype train right now belongs to Chris Johnson, but we're joined by the great and powerful Robert G on set, and want to thank you for coming out here today, Robert. And, man, what a tournament.
Oh, yeah. Santee has absolutely got some mega toads, and it's been a great week for all of us. A lot of fun here, catching some huge bass, so it's good to be at a big bass factory again.
Strong South Carolina swing for you. Brandon Polnick needs a few big swings, and this might be one of them.
Ooh.
He has been playing the quality game, not the numbers game, and this is definitely one of those quality fish.
Oh, my goodness.
There we go.
That's a donk. In the jungle.
Trying to push us off here. Oh, that's how it's supposed to get it right there. That one wasn't coming off. That one was not coming off. God. Okay. The scale's already out. I just don't want to wreck the rest of this. It's a 5-pounder.
Hey?
I don't think it's much more than that. Yeah, you're right. It's like 5 3/4.
I want to have to take my live well divider out again.
And that's the kind of swings we need to see from him.
4 more of those, we got a shot. Let's make it happen.
Relive that moment right here. He needs some big swings, and that is the kind that we need to see from him because he's got a bit of a mountain he's got to climb. But that mountain, you can climb it quick here at Santee Cooper Lakes, and that is an individual that we have literally seen do that several times in the past. It looks like, it's going all so wrong for Palnick, and he turns it around, and that is a major shot right there on behalf of everybody in bass fishing. Let's see Chris Johnson be challenged because he hasn't been up to this point.
Yeah, that is absolutely the kind that he needs to try to mount a comeback here.
For sure. That's what he needs right there. He needs him a few 7s, a few 6s. He might get back into it.
Well, there's a few out there. We are in a body of water that is full of 4 to 7 pound fish. And let's get caught up with our Bassmaster midday report on what we've seen so far. Drew Cook, once again in the top 10 here at Santee Cooper Lakes, and it's been I Spy in the majority of them, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it. I mean, one of the best track records here, 2 top 10s, a win, a 12th place finish back in 2020. Got off to the fastest start of anybody in the field. Caught a 4-pounder basically within sight of takeoff first thing this morning. But yeah, like you mentioned, obviously sight fishing has been a big part of his game, and Robert G, absolutely one of the best sight fishermen on planet Earth, if not the best.
Yes, 1,000%. He's got X-ray vision. He should be a part of the X-Men. I think he's X-ray.
Doing a lot of his damage this week on a Spro Wacky Snack and a Norris front flapper Texas rig. That's been his primary deal for those bedding fish. Caught a couple bass this morning on a koiki because why not? Everybody else has.
Might as well. All the cool kids are doing it. That Wacky Snack, a bait that him and Benton designed together. If they hadn't designed the koiki, they probably wouldn't be here anymore because they would have, well, a yacht.
They would be retired without a question.
Your day one leader, 3-time Bassmaster winner, and your current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Well, what a difference a few days makes for Corey Johnston off a tough event at Lake Murray, and battling it out for the title here, but whittling down that 66-point deficit to he is now leading.
Yeah, when you talked to him this morning at takeoff, you could definitely tell he was in a good place. Obviously not thrilled about his finish last week. Probably had to feel like he was letting it slip away from him a little bit, but obviously capitalizing here at Santee Cooper Lakes. Obviously Trey McKinney had one of the worst finishes of his Elite Series career, uncharacteristically, but kind of been a roller coaster event for Corey Johnston. Obviously your day one leader, struggled a little bit more in the middle days. Yesterday we saw him lose how many fish, Mercer? I mean, several big ones. It seemed like every other fish he hooked, didn't get him in the boat, but solid start this morning. 16-13 on the day so far in third place, 87-4 total over the course of 4 days. Really, really solid, or really impressive showing here from Corey Johnston this week.
Pat Schlopper had a third place earlier this year in the Arkansas River. Doubled down last year with 2 Elite Series victories. And he wants to get a slice of that again here this week. And the best thing about Schlopper is when he catches a bass, whatever goes into his head comes out of his mouth. And we have heard noises and different analogies, and I'm all here for it because it makes life a lot more fun.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I really hope they put together a montage like they did yesterday of just all the one-liners and the phrases that he said, because that's been one of the most entertaining things this week from Bass Live. But Pat Schlapper absolutely doing his job here this week, currently sitting in second place, 90 pounds, 2 ounces on the tournament for the 4 days, of course, 23-14 today. Said he was putting together one of his best bags of the tournament, doing a lot of his damage on a vibrating jig over the main course of the day, but we saw him catch a big one earlier, punching this fish right here on a sweet beaver. Said it's all he needed, and Mercer, that was the fish that just kept growing. Every turn of the reel handle, it seemed like that fish continued to get bigger, ends up being just shy of 7 pounds. Said put it in as a 7-pounder, why not? Certainly been fun to watch Pat Schlapper here this week.
came to the top of the mat. It looked like a 3-pounder, then became a 7. And this guy, well, in Canada, it's May 2-4, which is a holiday where people famously drink beer. And I would say at this point, let's have a little ASR. Chris Johnston. For the record, this is not a beer, but that's what it would sound like, because a few of his buddies probably celebrating right now, and if they're going to take this title from him, they're going to have to beat him in a big, big way here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Chris Johnson has absolutely done his job today. 25-7 on Bass Track for the day, 108-4 over the course of the 4 days. That was one of the things we talked a lot about coming into this tournament. Would we see any century belts? Unofficially right now, we absolutely have one, and Chris Johnson, I mean, what can you even say? I mean, he's just made it look easy. Like, I don't know a better way to describe it. Just every stretch of boat docks that he seems to come up to, he's absolutely blasting them, doing all of his damage on a hide-up koiki, as we've seen throughout the rest of the top 10. Obviously a very popular choice. Broke it down yesterday and said that really the bait has just been the main thing. You know, he said that if you went through these same areas with a wacky rig or a Texas rig, you just simply would not get the same bites, and based on what we've seen, that certainly seems to be true, Robert G.
I can attest very big time. I've tried everything else on those docks, and you simply could not get a bite. But throw that thing in there, it's just like something they've never seen before.
Well, Chris Johnson having a sip of water because, I mean, really, he's going to have to do a lot of talking this afternoon before he heads back home and celebrates May 2-4. But really, if you look at that scoreboard right now, unless something drastic happens here, he can start heading that way right now. Just make it home to the boys. Spend Monday of May 2-4 with them, and we'll ship you the blue trophy. But as we learn event after event, just when you start to think that, something happens, and a big shot was thrown across the bow by Palaniuk just a few minutes ago. We can see more, right, Robert?
Yes, sir.
Championship Sunday, and lots of things have changed here this week. A brand new Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, and looky right there, Chris Johnson. You thought his season was going rough by his standards, and definitely was, but turned it around here. 108 pounds, 4 ounces. Unofficially already got himself a century belt, and that would be his second century belt. And we need some fireworks from behind him because they got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, Brandon Palaniuk doing the right thing. Obviously just boated a 512 a moment ago and needs to keep at him.
Out in the water live with your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Corey Johnson. I think that is the start of the TNZ podcast I'm hearing.
It really is.
Hey, Tommy, you want to talk about fantasy football?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's better. Better. See him? Thanks for letting me catch your bass. No, you're good, man. You're good.
It's amazing how agreeable the Johnsons are when they're hammering fish. Let's head over to Chris Johnston. And I would imagine he'll probably catch one here pretty soon because that's, well, we've either seen him snagged or catching.
The old Ranger is just like cruise control.
It doesn't go long
Have
without
a sandwich. Oh, big one. Giant. Big one.
Giant.
Oh my.
Oh, big one.
Speaking of cruise control.
Come on, baby. Big one. It's all head. Yes. There we go.
Turn out the lights.
It's all head. Didn't even fight.
The party's over.
That thing is skinny. Should be like a 6-pounder. Hopefully it helps. Oh man, it's got a call tag hole in it. This fish is skinny. I don't know, we'll see. I have no idea what this one's gonna weigh. Needs to be 4 1/4. Yeah, it's gonna help. All right. 4 3/4. There we go. They're gonna have to catch them now. We got a little color to do. Man, that thing hardly even fought. It's just so post-spawn, beat up.
Wow.
We'll take it though. I ain't complaining.
Unbelievable.
This one marked here for the small.
What a week, what a tournament. And domination, not just by Chris Johnson, but by the Kyoki.
No kidding.
Just when you thought a bait couldn't be worth more money, along comes the Santee Cooper Lakes event. Kyoki, an incredible bait that has really just dominated this tournament. Robert G, why?
Like I said earlier, I think it's simply because these fish haven't seen it that much, and it's just something new entirely they haven't seen, and it just displaces a whole bunch of water, and it kind of just triggers the bass, kind of like a laser pointer or a little fuzzball does a cat. It just tickles that something in their brain that just makes them mad, and they have to, when they see it and they want to bite it, it hits the back of their throat every time. It's not like they nip it like they do some other baits. Whenever they want to bite this bait, it goes all the way to the throat meat. It's unbelievable. I haven't really seen another bait kind of like it. Like usually on a worm, you hook them and they're in the lip. When you hook them on this bait, they are literally in the meaty part of their throat. It's unbelievable.
That's what I'm hearing is it tickles their lateral line.
It tickles them.
Definitely does. And had a few chicken wings hit my throat meat. Different analogy than I've ever heard before. Robert, we need a little drama in this tournament at this point. It's that point of the day. Can we convince you to rent a barrage of jet skis and head out in the water and, well, just show up on Chris Johnson's spot?
I mean, if you got a jet ski for me, I'll go Kenny Powers on them out there on a jet ski. I'd love to.
You would be full Kenny Powers, wouldn't you?
I would.
Get you American headband to wear out there?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Happy 250 America. Here comes Robert G.
I don't think he would mind either. He's got this thing pretty well wrapped up.
Yeah, at this point, he probably would just be like,
hey, what's
for the
up,
breeze.
man? Yeah.
The way it's going for him, you'd circle him, and it would turn him on.
Yeah, the school would fire, and he would catch 5 7-pounders. But it would be nice to have a old Yamaha jet ski with one of them rooster tails.
Oh,
I could go cool them off.
Yeah. Get on over there in the Wave Runner. Trials and tribulations of catching copious amounts of bass, and that's what we're seeing right here. Chris Johnson has just had to call over and over again, and it is just exhausting, right?
Look at that. He's having trouble figuring out which 5-pounder to throw back.
It's exhausting trying to figure out which 5-pounder is the smallest of all of them.
Oh, man, this one looks smaller.
He's going to get to the point where he's just like, I'm going to let this one go because it's not quite as pretty as the last one.
Yeah.
Which one's going to look better in the photo?
Take that one.
What a day. What a tournament. And thank God he did fall in the water because it just makes him seem human.
5 or small ones.
It's what every bass fisherman dreams of, culling 5-pounders.
Didn't even fight like it should have.
He's living that dream right now.
You know, the bad part is I fished that exact same dock yesterday. I know exactly where this is, and I didn't catch crap.
That is a retread.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
I think he's talking about the rest of the field there, actually. Brandon Palnick. As much as we joke, he could definitely make a big move because made a move a few minutes ago, and a few more swings like that, and things will get interesting.
Not letting it sink enough. Ah.
Wow, I gotta give Palnick credit for something that was overheard in pre-fish. Chase Sampson, our photographer, was with another angler, and Palnick and him had a conversation, and he said these exact words, and it's amazing how it's played out. He said to said angler, well, the angler was Carl Jacobson, I'm not gonna let it. He said to Carl, a cast without a kyoiki this week is a wasted cast. How? I mean, when he said that, that was powerful, but like the way this is played out.
Spot on.
I had a lot of wasted casts, boys. A lot of them.
Wow. What a tournament. What a body of water. And, well, what a bait. Last year, I had a bunch of guys asking me to take these juggies. Come on, take a few home. I don't have room in my luggage. What an idiot I am. I should have bought all the luggage and brought them all home. But Chris Johnson's going to need some luggage to bring a trophy home unless something changes quick. Championship Sunday, 10 anglers remain, and South Carolina has been very, very good to us. Lake Murray last week. This week, Santee Cooper Lakes for the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite, and man, what a tournament this has been. And I feel foolish that for a little while on day number one, me and you kind of thought, well, it's not living up to the hype. Well,
Sure.
How wrong were we?
Very.
But a guy that's very rarely wrong, JT Tompkins, our next guest, and JT picked a good state to live in.
Yeah, no, for sure. Always took it for granted, like my whole life until recently. I'm starting to be like, whoa. You know, I travel around the country. You know, I kind of grew up around these places, and you know, I fished here when I was like 12 years old, back when me and my dad were first learning how to fish. So I never really got to see what these lakes were truly capable of. And then now I'm like coming back to my home state, and I'm like, geez, this is insane. Like, what is capable of? And like as we're watching right now with Chris Johnston, I mean, you can just go dock fishing next to the boat ramp and catch big ones. Like anybody who wants to just pick up a rod and reel, you know, right now at Santee, you can just go down whatever looks good, and you know, you put your trolling motor down long enough, you're going to catch, you know, a fish of a lifetime or have a chance at it.
Boy, the amount of fish he is burning through is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Smallest fish, a 4-pounder.
I mean, yeah, and right back in the.
I mean, I feel like he could be first and second in this tournament if we would just weigh the fish he's caught.
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of depressing to watch. I weighed in like a 1-pounder yesterday, and I was like, and now I'm watching this, and he's just throwing back fish that, you know, would have moved me up a bunch in the points and in the tournament overall. It's crazy.
Nobody's feeling any stress whatsoever.
I wonder if he was doing this day one when he had 21. He was doing it when he had 21, and it just kicked into overdrive on day two and on.
I think he just dialed the bite in a little bit better.
Found an area that felt comfortable.
Even Corey on day one, Corey told me with the 29 he had on day one, he said it didn't go right. Like they went to a few different areas. Like actually, Corey went to an area
big boy.
and didn't catch him. Then Chris went there later that afternoon and caught 21. Corey didn't start catching his fish till later in the day. But it definitely feels like a 6-pounder. I think what happened is they went to dinner and said, "Hey,
no body.
Caught all my fish in a koiki. How about you? Yeah, I'm going to throw it more," and they did.
Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, I think that's what happened. Like this whole week, you know, I was just trying to. Typically in practice, I do the rule of thumb of I'm gonna just cover water. I'm just gonna go, and usually the best way to cover water is with a jig, 3/8 and 3/4 is my two choice. Offshore 3/4, up shallow 3/8, and you know I didn't realize how many fish I fished past this week doing that. And then the last day, I remember, you know, honestly, my 360, I could see the shadows on the posts. And the last day's like, oh, the heck with it. I haven't thrown a koiki. And my roommate, Trey, you know, he went and did something completely different in Lower Lake and, you know, had some bites on a abstract. And he was like, dude, you need to go do that. I think that's what you've been missing on the docks. And I just went back in my memory bank. It was like all the docks that I saw the shadows on 360 on the post. And I was like, I'll just go run those. And I didn't start doing that till like 12, and you know, I had almost 19 pounds, and I had a 1 pounder and a 2 pounder in a boat. So, you know, if I would have started at 10, there's no telling what, you know, kind of bag I could have had. And they get to do that all day. I can kind of see how these bags are possible. This is insane.
22-pound Seagar. I was using 20, and I thought with these docks and how I've been hung up so many times with fish going around them, I went to 22 just to be safe. But and then I got a 7.3 Daiwa Tatula rod. It's a multi-purpose. It's pretty heavy, but I use a little shorter rod because you want to be able to skip this bait around. And that's about it. And then obviously the koiki. The other thing that's been key this week, I use the trolling motor on basically high. I go up to the side of the dock. Instead of turning the trolling motor in reverse and blowing the dock out, I just go on high and I just hit my power poles down. They've been up and down about 500 times this week, if not more. And you forget how valuable those things actually are. They make my life easier. Like I'm going at this dock super quick. I get within range and I just put the poles down. And we skip there and we're in perfect range to try and catch a 6-pounder. But that's the setup. I could really have one rod in my deck of the boat now.
It's just that easy, JT.
Oh yeah, no, you just drop power poles,
using
cast
a treble
your bait,
hook,
6-pounders, hop in
one
there.
aught.
But what he's talking about with the power poles is pretty much what I did all week. I don't know if he has, I think he has 8-footers. I have 10-footers. And like using the power pole, you know, boat control system, between the power pole move like he has,
if I touch
and I
this
have,
bait on
and
a
then
post,
also the
it gets snagged every
10-foot
time. So you'll see me looking
I mean,
on
there
the
isn't
docks
hardly a
and
place in this lake
trying to
that's
see
so
where I
flat
can even cast. If I
you
see a
can't just
dock with a
have
bunch
the
of brush
perfect
and sticks
presentation
under
of
it,
boat control.
I don't even
And
like
having
casting
that
that.
setup
Normally
is
those are the high percentage
almost
ones, but
unbeatable.
I try and fish around the edge just because I'll get hung up. But super fun week. Been very fortunate. I fished clean all week, except for today. I lost 2 good ones. One probably wouldn't have helped me looking back. The other one was probably a 5 and a bit. Hopefully it doesn't cost me anything. Right now, I'm sitting at a pretty solid weight, but nothing is safe on this lake. Paul and it could crack a 30 and win this thing still. So we need one more good one to really put this thing away, because I have no idea what he's actually got. But the only person we need to worry about, I think, is BP. I think the other guys were too far back, unless they do something silly and crack 40 pounds. Another thing,
Like
it's kind of interesting. I've had so many fish go around posts, and like I shake my head that I get them in, and the reason is because they're eating this thing so good, it's in the back of their throat. When they're swimming around these posts, there's not really barnacles or anything on them, which is nice, and there's no bait sticking out of their mouth for the bait to catch or hit the post and get stuck on and come off. Whereas a lot of lures, it'll be sticking outside their head, and that's how you end up losing them, especially on like lily pads and stuff like that. So that's why they're getting around posts, and as long as you don't horse them, most of the time they're swimming back through the way they're supposed to, and they don't get hung up, and you got a chance of getting them in.
For our last segment, that's referred to technical term, I believe, the throat meat. Hooking them in the throat meat.
Yeah.
At least that's what Robert G calls it.
I will say it is crazy how good they bite this bait. Like when I was doing it yesterday, I mean, if you weren't hooking them with crushers, it was a shock. It was unbelievable. I did that by 1,000 times yesterday, because you're just twitching, and you know when it pulls back, you swing, and there's so many crossbars, brush piles, people put tires, little Christmas trees. You be popping it, you swing, and when you do it, she's buried. and that's why me and Chris went swimming.
You went swimming too?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, I didn't quite go swimming. I put my foot underneath my graph mount, and I was shoulders deep at least. My whole head was underneath the water. Had to hold my breath to get my bait back. Unscrewed my reel about 100 times, threw my rod at my bait, went around the dock to go hook it from the other side. It was a nightmare. I only had 2 baits, thanks to Corey. He gave me one in the morning. Yeah.
You know, it's a valuable bait when you take a $700 rod and reel combo and you try to knock a $20 bait off of a piece of wood.
Yeah. Hey, that $20 bait was worth about $6 grand for me. It's the only one I had.
32 or 64.
10 anglers out on the water. We've been talking about Chris Johnson a lot because he has dominated this event up to this point. But 10 anglers remaining in our field, and all of them trying to chase down one thing, the 6th Elite Series title of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, and a mountain that is Chris Johnston. Just when you thought he was going to have, that silent season on the Elite Series. Well, he's human. No, he's not. He is Chris Johnston, and he is leading this tournament with 108 pounds, 13 ounces, and right behind him, Pat Schlopper looking for his second top 3 of the year.
Yeah, just 18-11 back. Anything can happen.
The one to watch is Palnick, though. He's 19 back, but still only has 2 fish. That can change in a hurry. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Livecast. Championship Sunday here at Santee Cooper Lakes, and what a few weeks we've had here in the great state of South Carolina. Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite, and it has been a beatdown since day number 3, and Chris Johnson has been in charge of that beatdown right now. Palnick, 2 fish so far, 19 pounds and change behind, but that can definitely happen because he's got a smaller one too in that.
Yeah, got a 3.5 in the boat. Obviously, a couple hours left to fish. Again, we talked about it a handful of times, but we're talking about a guy that weighed 29 plus 2 days in a row. Obviously, day 3 was a bit slower, and so far right here on Championship Sunday have been slower, but still got time.
So we make a move over to our charger, Brandon Palnick. Special shout out to the Zonas. Jacob Zona just graduated today, University of Iowa, with a master's. He's accomplished at 2 different colleges what I did not accomplish in my entire life. Very smart child and a major mover. The guy we're counting on to see big fireworks from this afternoon, the Prodigy. Oh boy.
But he'll keep. He had me in the grass. I couldn't tell how big he was.
That'll go to the bottom line.
Come on. I can't get him off today. Seriously, like they're not coming off today, are they? No, they're not. One 3/4. Come on. Come on. Let's go. That was not one of the. That was not one of the four bites we said we needed, but we'll take him for now. We'll call him out in a minute. Could have been on a bed right there. He looked pretty skinny.
Like that attitude.
Maybe there's a girlfriend.
Well, we are basically set up right on top of the stage here, and I hear that train coming around the bend. The question is, can anybody get out of the train that Chris Johnson is driving right now? Well, Johnston brothers.
The good thing is the place he's fishing right now has been refilled every day.
Really one of the first times we've seen him give a walkway much attention. Seems
Yeah.
like the ends of the docks has been really the primary deal for him.
That's what it seemed like the whole week. It was the two patterns on the docks were finding the ones where the ends of the docks weren't. Well, I guess those two different types of docks. Either you had the brush docks at the fronts of them were super, super deep and had a lot of brush, and you threw something. I mean, you could throw a koike too, but it's a lot harder to count them down that far.
Right.
Or you had the shallower docks, and the pattern for the shallower docks were wherever you could find the most amount of posts, crossbars, and the most amount of shade. And usually, you know, if you saw 3 posts all together or a crossbar and the most shade there, that fish was sitting right there every single time. So you can, even though you're fishing a bait like a koike or, you know, whatever they're deciding to use, you can fish it a lot faster, you know, making 1 or 2 casts to a dock until you feel like you got an area that you feel confident in and slow down. Because the fish mostly come off of that 1 cast every time.
Over to your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Corey Johnston. The wild thing about this bait is from all the coverage we've done, from the amount of times we've seen it, whether it's a forward-facing sonar event or not a forward-facing sonar event, is just how versatile is the way you can fish it. You can fish it so many different ways. I mean, we've seen it solely shook in front of fish, and we've seen it downright fished like a jerkbait a bunch this week.
Yeah, it was really interesting. We put together a photo gallery on Bassmaster.com, and the after the Lake Martin event, all the different photos of the koikes and all the different ways of rigging them, and you could tell based on how they were rigging them that some of them were fishing them deeper, of course, some of them fishing them shallower. And to your point, you know, here in a non-forward-facing sonar event, getting to see them fished even differently than what we've seen in the past.
Tough. But we've had a good day. We've got one a little under 3 pounds I'd like to get rid of. But if we don't, it's still a good day. We still got a couple hours, and we need 1 bite. Just chatter worming some grass. That's kind of what I've been doing most of the week. That, punching. That's what I've weighed the majority of my fish on. I think I caught 1 good one on a bed the first day, and that's about it. Just seems like about half the fish you get to bite this chatter worm are good ones. Today, 4 of the 5 that bit so far have been very, very good quality. We just need 1 more of them to mess up. And we can maybe move up a bit. It's like the wind's like chasing us. See, it's like behind us, but it's dead calm in front of us.
Chase down Chris, but 2 hours of fishing time ahead.
I was looking at the numbers yesterday, or from yesterday, in the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock window. So obviously the next hour here was the most 5+ pounders we saw across the board on Bass Track.
So you mean right when we're done and
as soon as we're
the
done.
reins back to the Hall of Fame crew?
I think they pay attention to that, to be honest.
Shocker.
They're not the only ones with. I'm not the only one with this data.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is just a time of day where the fish just are pushed to very specific places. That sun gets at a perfect 12 o'clock angle. The shade lines aren't as dramatic or stretched. You know, they're very specific in where the shade is condensed down to. And then also this is the time of day where, you know, they've hunkered down for the night. They're either going to hang on a bed or they've hung onto this piece of cover. And this is the time of day where they're like, all right, it's time to move. And anytime a fish decides to move or change his habitat or location, that's when he's more apt to bite. He's not as comfortable. He's more in a, you know, he was sitting on that log or whatever he was sitting on all night or whatever, so he knows what it's supposed to be. He knows what it's supposed to be like. He knows the way the bait comes around it. But when he moves, he's a lot easier to trick because he isn't as familiar with the area. So that 12 o'clock time frame, you know, you're having a lot of different things happen. Shade lines are condensing. Fish are moving. You know, they're moving out. Some are moving in. You know, bluegill, moving around on bluegill beds a lot more. So just a good time of day where a lot of different things are happening, and, you know, it's good.
Personality was lacking.
You know, JT, I was wondering to myself, do you ever think you could have been a cowboy?
Cowboy?
Yeah.
I never really had the opportunity. I haven't even rode a horse, though. Maybe. Could have been, you know.
Sorry, I'm just being distracted by the song.
Oh, no, it's a great song. It's a good time. Got an amazing band here. Gonna have a big crowd later. It's gonna be a good time.
What's your go-to karaoke song? I can see you tearing up the karaoke.
Never done karaoke my entire life, not once. I don't know. I'm somewhere between a really basic rock song or not a rock song, a very basic country song, or a good like Metallica or rock song or something like that. I don't know. I can't really decide.
Get you go out with one night with Davey Height and Tommy Sanders, and you will be a karaoke singer. I mean, it's just. I mean, it just
happens. It's part of it.
Tommy has his own disc. Like, he brings it in, and he just says song number 23. And I'm going to tell you, the voice of an angel.
Like a mixture of Fergie and Jesus.
Oh my God.
With that, I hear we're going to have a break. We finally pushed it to the edge, and we're going to push this tournament to the edge. Lots more coverage to come, but the Hoff crew going to take it over, Hall of Famers. Tommy Sanders, Davey Height, and Such and Ronnie from Little Rock. They're going to break this down right to the final hours. Coverage till 3 o'clock this afternoon. After that, we're going to have weigh-in. It's going to be a fun one. Yokohama Tires at Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. JT Tompkins, want to thank you for joining us.
No problem.
Great job. See you at the karaoke bar tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bassmaster Live on a Sunday afternoon, and there is your leader in the Yokohama Tire, Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. That is Chris Johnston, who took over that lead at the end of yesterday, day number 3, and has proceeded to build and build and build. Who knows how high he can go, but he's making a move right now.
He's actually running away with it, Tommy.
Yes, that's a good one there, Ron.
It's been a long week.
Yeah, it has been a long week. For reasons like that.
Oh, okay.
No, very good. Okay, Chris Johnson obviously in charge here, and it's still entertaining because we are in an entertaining and amazing, jaw-droppingly good bass fishing venue here in the Santee Cooper Lakes. Well, Chris Johnson is moving because he is the story, of course, right now. It stands, but we've still got a lot of guys trying to give us something to be in awe of, and I don't doubt that Bob Downey could do just that.
I mean, it looks fishy, Davey.
Definitely looks fishy. Oh, looks fishy.
Yellow flowers right there.
I don't know if that was a bite. Oh, gosh. Finally. We got a limit, tiny limit. Number 5. What a grind. We got a limit smaller than most of the 2 big ones we've had each day. Pound and a half. Pound. Oh boy. Thank you, fish.
Only old Bob Downey would be thinking of fish 4 days into this tournament. This weighs 1.5 pounds.
Well, you know, everybody needs a little bit of love. And now it leaves us with 2 anglers left to get a limit in our top 10 that we have out here today. We started with the full field for 2 days, down to 50 and now 10. And back to Justin Hamner. He's had his limit a little while.
Well, you see the light spots around where he's at. He's fishing for one. He's actually where he's within 50 yards of where he started on Thursday morning. Said it was a 10-pounder there. I doubt it's still a 10-pounder there, but.
Wouldn't be the same one, probably, would it?
Right. Be very unlikely. Here we go.
It's the buck. In the mouth. She's still there. You know, messed up, y'all. It's one of them dirt fish.
Smallest one, 2 pounds. Not quite 2 pounds.
Which tells me Hamner's smallest isn't 2 pounds.
It's surprising to see him. Sorry, Toddy.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, surprising to see him leave Lake Moultrie. Had such a good day down there yesterday. Things must not have felt right for him today. Obviously, doesn't have the weight he had yesterday, but it's only 1 o'clock local time.
And his bass track shows 3 2-pounders, Ronnie. So
okay.
he's been low too on his bass track as
Don't
well
worry.
this week.
Hackney's got 2 8-ouncers still, don't you worry.
Okay.
Not to be outdone.
As Kyle was saying in the break, Kyle Jesse saying,
Got him.
this is about the time big fish were
Get out
caught.
of there. Yep. This could help. It's decent.
Chris still got a 4-pounder in his live well.
He's not a giant, but it could help. I shouldn't say it's not a giant. It's over 4. It's a giant anywhere. Ah.
Wow, man.
Oh. That would have been close. I think it was a 5. Frank. This is a special dock. I'd like to have that one back. That one might have helped. They usually get bigger when they get in the boat, especially when they're fat and healthy like that one.
Take a look at this. We've seen it over and over today. Another good one for Chris Johnson. Unfortunately, we have seen him lose a couple like that.
Yes, we have.
I mean, we see the leaderboard and we know he's safe. He doesn't realize Polinick has 3 for 11. And with 26, he knows the door's still open to 30, which Polinick almost did 2 days in a row.
Sure.
All right,
He's given 3 back today that he could
just lost a pretty good one. It would have helped me. I don't know. It could have been 5. It could have been 5.5. I don't know, jumped right beside the boat, but this one here is a special dock. I actually found it on day 2. I had whatever, almost 30, an ounce or 2 under 30, and I was really just looking for fish. And I ended up fishing this dock, fished a stretch, and I caught a 6.5 here. Gave me the, whatever I weighed, 32. But once I fished it, I realized this dock's special. It's on a break, it comes out on a point, and I haven't fished it since day 2 of the tournament. And I wanted to fish it yesterday, but I didn't want to waste one. And sure enough, we pulled up and had a 5 and change jump right there. And he wasn't coming in the boat. That one fought like it should, not like the ones in the takeoff creek. That was a fresh, fat fish, healthy. And then I think I missed one a couple feet out from the dock here 2 casts ago. So we're gonna give this a few more casts, and then we're gonna go hit a couple other stretches in here. We're after 1.6. If we get a 6, I think she's over for sure. You never know what Polnick's got. He had 29, almost 32 days in a row. If he cracks a 32, which is very possible, like I did on day 2, it can happen. Santee Cooper, there's 30 pounds laying everywhere on this lake. So we need a little insurance.
Chris had 21.3 on day number 1, and thus did not make it into our top 6 whom we had on camera for day number 2. And I'm sorry we missed that performance on that day, the one that's been over 30 pounds, 32 pounds on that day. That would have been a sight to see as well.
108 pounds, 4 ounces is currently what he has. That puts him in the top 40 all-time weights-wise in a tournament, tied with Aaron Martins from Santee Cooper 2006.
Oh, wow.
Come here. All right. Talking about decisions. He ate it off the bottom, unfortunately. I see another one right in front of me too. This is where I started the first morning. I power poled down right over there, and from where I power poled down, I fished for almost 30 pounds. Three-pounder. Number 2. Yeah.
Pretty amazing what Drew Cook just said there, where he powered poled down the first morning of this tournament, Thursday. He fished for 30 pounds. A potential 30-pound limit was within a cast of it.
Yeah. Well, we're going to hate to leave this place, Santee Cooper Lakes, but if you're a kayak angler and you would like to have a little exposure here on this great place, May 30th and 31st at the Santee Cooper Lakes, Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, the next one in the series. Coming up then, hit the QR code, register today.
They got their preview this week.
Yeah. Championship Sunday. We're glad you're with us here for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Yokohama Tire Elite. Only 3 more Elite Series events left in this 26th season after this is over. Strike King providing us our live coverage today, being our sponsor here. We do appreciate that. Chris Johnston, that's the story right there. You can see the immensity of the lead he has right now. We had Pat Schlopper, and Brandon Polnick right behind that. Corey Johnston in 4th place. Drew Cook, Justin Hamner, Kyle Welcher, Tucker Smith, Bob Downey, and Greg Hackney. Congrats to all those guys for catching the big ones better than everyone else. But man, oh man, no one yet can hold the torch to what Chris Johnston has done the last couple of days.
Massive points weeks for a few of those anglers getting back on track. Corey taking the AOY lead. Hackney getting to the top 50. Got guys like Norsetter jumping up into the 20s. Chris Johnston going from 38th to 19th in points because of a great week this week.
Polnick too. He's up right near the classic
different. And the trees that I caught, the 8, a 5, a 4, a 6, they're all right there. We haven't got to fish them yet today. There's been boats on them, but everything's just seemed a little slower for what we've been doing. So I'm fishing what I would believe would be the next progression and getting out on some of these drops and brush just to try something a little different. See if we could just get a little clue maybe. Because if it did start working, I've got lots and lots of brush.
Very wise move here, in my opinion, what Brandon's doing. Next step they usually make from those point trees is either to some vegetation or brush pile.
Like, at least this one they haven't made their progression to yet. The crazy thing is that we could literally catch a 6-pounder off every one of these trees if it was set up just right. I have no idea if it is right now or not, but we're at least gonna give it a shake. Try to start with at least a good cast on them. I wouldn't really consider it that. Haven't seen Tucker all week. Running in here like he's never been here before. Or like he's got 35.
About this time on day 2 when he caught an 8.6, his biggest fish of the day, the biggest fish for anybody that day, Phoenix Sports Big Bass.
Look kind of like this situation right here. Oh, wait, that is from day number 2. Brandon Polnick on day number 2. We could use one of these
there
right
she
now.
is.
Absolutely.
Oh, I got her.
Things were already going great for Brandon Polnick, and they just got about 6 pounds bigger right there, about a cull of almost 6 pounds.
That one, he texted me last night. He's a really good buddy of mine. He said, hey, my daughter weighed 8'8" when she was born a few months ago. He said, catch me one for her. There it is.
Good job.
That's why we come to Santee Cooper.
29.15 on that day, 1 ounce shy of a 30-pound limit. Here's a map of his day 2 catches.
There's the 6 that came about a half hour later after that 8-pounder.
Take a look there. They all came, all of the big ones came in about, I'm gonna say that's about a 200-yard stretch right there. An area that a lot of, I can't overemphasize, this is not a secret stretch of trees for Brandon Polnick. He just absolutely capitalized, caught every big fish in the area.
Just feels like it's about to happen. We're just gonna go.
You can
I don't know if it's because I have so much confidence in this little section since the last 2 days, but. Coming back at you.
The thing is, even on a fishery that's
Gosh,
fishing
it's
as
short,
good
too.
as this is right now, it's tough to go back day
Big
after
fat ones
day
don't
after
wanna swim
day
very far.
expecting
Come get it.
big results.
I had that slower day 3, came into today 3 pounds 2 ounces behind Chris Johnson. He only needs 20 pounds 5 ounces to get a century belt. He probably need about 30 pounds, 29 pounds to catch Chris Johnson, though.
And you don't, I mean, if you're Pollock and you realize I might not be able to win this event, you don't want to come up short of a Century Club at Santee twice now. And then also Okeechobee when you were right there to win the other, like, he could have 4 century belts just for odd final day.
He needed 18-15 at Okeechobee last year, but he won. And he only came up with 14 and change and was 4 pounds short.
Did it all in one connecting canal there. And the thing about day 4 was there was really no choice of any place else for him to go.
Oh, yeah.
He had to stay there.
No, no one was, I mean, you'd be dumb to leave.
I mean,
Similar
we
to
had flat
today.
out caught him today.
He's having a very slow day.
We probably
but
caught
what
over
do you
20
do?
fish. Just the size has not been there at all. And we've changed areas, changed what we're doing, still catching fish, but just cannot catch a female. I don't understand it. Fish some offshore bars, nothing but males. Go up shallow, look around, males. If you do see a female, it's just cruising, and it seems like somehow I always see them right at the boat. But we got a decent limit. Got a lot of room to grow though. Like, a lot of room to grow. Lots of 2, I think we got 3 2-somethings. So if we can get rid of those with some 6-somethings, we'll be all right. I know it's easier said than done, but it can happen quick. It's happened quick the last 2 days, so I'm not super concerned yet. But we gotta get to putting some stuff together if we want to do good.
Watching on the map here, Drew Cook is moving around more today than he has.
Thank you.
Seen him catch a lot of his fish yesterday, and the exact same pockets that he caught him when he won here was
yeah.
Like if you didn't make the 50 cut and you're watching this on Fox or on .com, it's like, really?
Yeah.
I knew I should have checked that spot.
Let's get out to Tucker Smith. Tucker currently in 8th place. He's had his limit for a while.
We heard Robert G. telling Mercer and Kyle.
Turtles
I fished
everywhere.
that same dock yesterday, nothing.
I was running to a new place. I'd fished where I caught them the last few days, and just wasn't catching much in the last few hours. So decided to run to a new place that I fished in practice, and came around the corner. Was going to run to some good-looking cypress trees. Brandon Ponnick was fishing those, so didn't fish those. Kept going. I was running to the back of this place, and Bob Downey was back there. I was like, golly, I guess I missed that one, but I'm still super excited with the finish that I've had. I'm just fishing new water tournament, fishing new water today. We're just looking for, a couple big bites. We're just having fun now, and it'd be nice if I caught 3 more 5-pounders. I'd be happy with a really big bag. But no matter how it goes, I've had a great time this week. It's been a lot of fun. Catching some big fish up shallow. It's a lot of fun. There's so many big fish in this lake, it's unbelievable.
Tucker Smith started his day in 8th place. That's where he is right now, so he has been able to hold serve, but not much more than that.
It was really surprising, for whatever reason, Tucker Smith not having the finish last week at Lake Murray that a lot of people, including myself, probably would have thought with the forward facing and blueback herring type lake, and coming to Santee Cooper without it, and no blueback herring now in Santee Cooper this time of the year, and having a top 10 week. He's done a great job this week, catching them where I don't think I was the only one that expected him to have a better tournament at Murray than he would have here in Santee Cooper Lake.
He's the only Surge Squad guy to miss the top 10 cut and with a measly 21st place. So he was way off the pace of his brothers who were in the house with him. But this week he gets his revenge, Davey, and he gets to make the top 10. Doing the same thing, swimming a jig and doing things that he did at the 10 Tom. So if you don't think a Coosa River boy, whether he likes scope or not, knows how to swim a jig around some shallow cover, Tucker Smith will let you know, I kind of grew up swimming a jig.
So they're all watching him this week.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
He had 3 screens going to watch them. They're all watching his one screen.
Chris Johnston maintaining that lead right there. It is definitely the Chris Johnston show as it stands right now. Brandon Pollock now with 3 fish, so a little bit of movement in the last hour or so from BP. Pat Schlopper holding on in 3rd place, moved up into that spot early. Corey Johnston in 4th, and Drew Cook, our top 5. Bassmaster Fantasy, the newest game is TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. What you do is pick the winner in 7 pre-arranged matches between players in a certain week. You do it every week. There's a theme to each one of the matchups. It's kind of fun to think about, and sounds pretty easy. All you got to do is pick the winners, see how you do versus the rest of the world. Turns out it's a whole lot harder than people think because, well, you know, you just play it and you'll find out. That's about the only way I can explain it, but it is worth your while. TH Marine Pick'em Challenge. Let's get out to Chris Johnston.
Not too often they do that, hit it on the fall.
Well, looky here. He's got another one.
He's got a fish.
No help.
Tommy, I'll say I was 4 for 7 this week on TH Marine Pick'em.
That's pretty good. Actually, that's above average, I would think. Yeah.
Missed out on Menendez, beating Kennedy by 4 spots.
Here's something that might help. Here's something I've noticed about our top 6 here.
They're good
The key to winning here, Ronnie?
Oh, this feels big.
Hold on.
Oh
We'll
my
get to
God.
that.
Oh my God. Giant. This is her. This is a big one. Come on. This is her. Don't jump. It's not as big as I thought. Skinny. I don't think he's gonna help. I thought it was gonna be a giant, how long and big head is, but I don't know if it's gonna help. I thought that was gonna be our 6. Saw the big old head and how long it was. Oh, I think it's 4.5. Skinny. Yeah, 4.25. Does not help. Negative. Nice one. Pretty good day when you're not keeping these. Maybe there's another one in there. Yeah, 4 1/4. Nice one though.
Chris said yesterday, tomorrow I'll be begging for 5-pounders out there. That's not what he's talking about. He's still wanting a 5-pounder, but just so he can incrementally upgrade a fantastic already weight.
And he has fished 2/3 of the main lake shoreline of Lake Marion today. He calls his shots, runs 10 miles, stops, catches them again.
I mean, if you're in the top 5 and you've seen him running around, you're like, man, he is trying to figure something out, and he's just trying to pour it on.
No. Dadgummit, dude. There's like a 6-pounder up there.
Kyle Welcher in a little while. Got his limit a couple hours ago.
Yeah, you know, after day 1, I was in 45th place. So to come back, catch a mega bag. I know people have caught bigger bags, but 26 and a half, that's a big bag. To catch that and then back it up a little bit yesterday. I mean, it's been a fun week. The way I've been fishing, I have not been getting many bites at all. So that makes it pretty exciting when you finally do hook one of those big ones. So had a lot of fun this week so far. Still got a couple small ones and about an hour exactly to fish. So it can happen. On day 2, I caught my 2 biggest fish late in the day from this time on. So hopefully we catch a big one and have even better showing, but I'm super blessed to make a top 10 after only having 16 pounds on the first day. But I love Santee.
The way there's been so many 20-pound stringers weighed in for Kyle Welcher to only do that one time so far this week and be fishing on Sunday is quite an accomplishment.
Day 1, didn't get him.
Get a look at him here. Fishing the same area of Lake Marion as Brandon Polnick, Pat Slopper, Bob Downey, but he's been fishing more on the main river than in the creek itself. So Kyle Welcher getting it done, kind of out there by himself. Not a lot of bites, but certainly on day 2, he had the right size bites. Today, unofficially, 17 pounds, 8 ounces, about like his day 1.
Caught a 3 and a 5 in the first hour of fishing, a couple of 2s, and then 2 hours later, caught a 5-pounder, and that's been the last one he's been able to put in the box.
Davey, this will be our 5th Elite here, and roughly 5 different areas have won. Jack's was a part of Polnick's plan along with the Takeoff Creek. We had Potato win with Cook. We had Brickyard win with Preston Clark or Utah Springs region. And now you've got Chris Johnston's there. Like, it's just, we're waiting for maybe Moultrie to come in for 4 days or the Swamp to do it for 4 days or something. But we've seen a lot of areas win here.
That's one thing about the Santee Cooper Lakes. General areas are always players, but one year one will be a lot better than the other, and that might last for a year or two. than it not be a dominant player for a few years.
Justin Hammer, as we mentioned earlier, back in Marion.
So seen more anglers in the top 10 in Wabu today than we have the other elites we've been here as well.
Don't fall in. It ain't that big, but. Get rid of one.
Justin Hamner with a jerkbait we saw him use quite a bit on day one.
Can't believe it was all crappie this morning. It's so weird. You gotta wait till all the boat traffic gets here to catch them. They're under there.
Like that'll be a little help.
After Bad Murray, top 10 here's getting him in position, 55th in AOI. A little run to the Classic.
Big tournament for him. No doubt about it. Take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. The secret to doing well here, I've been looking at it, and here's something our top 6 have in common. Chris Johnston, 75th place last week. Brandon Polinick, 64th place last week. Drew Cook, 59th last week. Pat Schlopper, 54th last week. Corey, 70th last week. And Justin Hamner, who we're just with, 94th last week. Just missed the cut before you come here. So that's gonna help you out. Bound to. Or maybe not.
Hey,
Chris,
we can go with it. We
Gotta get hungry.
It's just one way to look at it. Chris Johnson on top. One heck of a play, Santee Cooper Lakes. Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Haven't been here since 2023 on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Man, we're getting an idea of what we've been missing right now. Of course, this place has had really a regeneration of good health here. The water looks great, far clearer, more vegetation, everything that makes for better bass fishing. And it's all been on display during this special week in May.
Looks like they're getting ready for a big weigh-in. Those are not our boats checking in. It's not time for them to be coming in. That's just recreational traffic headed in there close to John C. Land.
Yes.
Recreational sports facility?
Yes. Sports fishing facilities.
Sports fishing.
Uh-oh. A giant backlash, but there's a big one under there. Yep.
Like his confidence. Giant backlash, but I'll get him anyway. He's only about 100 yards from where Corey got the bacon and eggs biscuits this morning, so maybe he'll ease on down there. It's lunchtime.
Yeah, burgers, right?
Yeah, you bet.
He's fat. Two and a half.
Funny to hear Polinick's observation, not that it was good or bad, but just saying Tucker's driving in here like he hadn't been here all week. Like, because normally you drive in areas cautious. If you've never been there, you don't know. And so you're just cruising, or he's got 35 pounds. And then we come to Tucker and he's like, I hadn't been here all week. I'm just trying something new. And like, so it's truly how you can gauge how people are driving is how you can tell
Well, that and at this particular area, he was probably driving out in the timber where he shouldn't have been driving is what I thought maybe Brandon was referring to. Because there's a side and a lane right there that I assume that's what Brandon was talking about. He's driving out there where he's not supposed to.
Calm yourself. Oh my gosh. Whew. They're not happy. Mad. That one came off the cool tag because he shook it.
He's been moving around. I've noticed him on the maps. He's been moving around quite a bit all week, though. And him saying I've been junk fishing. He's been changing baits, techniques, locations.
Switching up what's in front of him and fishing it. That kind of seemed like the Sandlot deal when the ball bounces in the dog's house. Just whoosh, just when those fish start splashing Tucker.
Top 10 will get Tucker off the classic bubble.
Get out of there. This could help.
Yeah, that looks bigger than a 4.5.
Come to the back.
Definitely looks like a 5-pounder. He can get a good look, but it's no 3-pounder.
It's got a little more power than those retreads. Oh, it's a big one. It's gonna help. For sure. Come here. Oh my God, it's a giant. Oh, whew. Look at what we got. We were looking for a 6, and I think we came pretty close. Oh, geez. What a day. I think the docks have gotten better. It's 92 degrees, and I think it's putting them under them even better. This is more bites than I've had all tournament in here. What a giant. That's not a 6.
Sound disappointed. It's not.
We were looking for a 6. Polnick is gonna have to catch him now. It's very, very close to 6. All right. He's going in the big side.
I certainly missed 50 cuts in my tournament fishing career.
We didn't see the full weight.
Some meat now.
On camera, I gotta zoom in on that.
But if you missed a 50 cut and you're watching this, and they were.
Yeah, baby. That's what we're after.
There were so many boats that fished these docks on Thursday and Friday.
Half the day, but
and for him, it just looks so easy for him. It looks so easy for him this afternoon. Well, every day, but especially today.
Now, do you think we've seen other areas with guys sight fishing saying more are coming to me? Are these fish fresh to the docks from deeper water or coming off the bank to those docks, or have they been there and just these guys aren't as good as Chris Johnston?
I think the bait has been a big key here this week for him. Thursday and Friday, the only people that were throwing that bait that I talked to or that we saw were Chris and Corey and Brandon and Carl.
I don't put cull tags typically on.
I'm sure a few others did.
So what's that block here?
But even today, like 8 of the top 10 are throwing this bait, and they're not doing this.
He's caught more fish, probably, than at least 6 to 8 of our other guys on camera, like that we've seen.
Do well to follow and get his retreads. The ones he throws back probably be in the top 10 if you had the fish he's released.
I wasn't gonna go there, Suze, because that's really rubbing salt in the wound of those guys that are watching right now. But what he has called would probably be at least top 5.
Well, that's the question. What is he doing different with that thing, or is it just?
Number one, he's using it, and a lot of guys just did not try it here. And then number 2, obviously, he's got the docks, which docks and trees, but been mainly docks today. Figured out when you run 10 miles and fish 4 docks, and you catch a 5 and a 7, you know which docks to fish. I mean, this place doesn't have as many docks as a Lake Murray, but when you can dial it in like he has fished a big portion of Lake Marion, particular individual docks.
Has he said something about those docks that make them the most special?
He mentioned a minute ago about one in particular, the channel coming close to it, which makes sense for sure, but they haven't all been that way. The biggest ones, if not the biggest one we've seen Drew Cook catch today.
Right up there for him.
Nice. It's about that witching hour again. I mean, dadgum, got it. God, that's what we need to be catching.
Got a couple of 3s in the bag there.
And what you were saying, Davey, about Chris knowing the docks, it's not that he's fished all these docks or he knows
4.5
from previous waypoints, it's that now he's dialed in to know which docks to go. Like he knows it looks right. He may never fished it, but you can start to get in that groove of that looks right, what I'm looking for.
Nice. Oh, Santee Cooper's tired.
He's within an ounce as a Patch Slapper, who's got our second best bag of the day, almost 24 pounds.
Wow.
Absolutely not going to stop catching them out here, and that's good news for all of us. It's still super entertaining. We got a great lead at the top there with Chris Johnson. That last one just piling on a little bit more. We'll see how that sorts out when it registers on our Fast Track leaderboard. Running into the last hour of fishing here. Championship Sunday at Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, Yokohama. Elite, Santee, Cooper Lakes. It's been quite a display today, that is for sure. As we take you out on Lake Marion. We get back out to Tucker Smith. Not a good one not too long ago. Hanging in there at 7th place.
Don't talk? All right.
We've been talking about some of the key little intricacies and keys to success for some of the anglers, and sometimes without being out on the water, the only way you can see it is via mapping and being able to see this. And so I got 2 images here, the same area up in that Jax region, right off the main lake. And Davey, when you're looking at a regular blue contour map like we're seeing here, it can be difficult to find those intricacies from 2 or 3 foot depth changes. And we see this, the main creek channel, there's obviously a secondary that goes in there towards Jax, but this main one, you can truly see this light green, the change from yellow to light green, and it's obviously fading from that orange, shallower water. But it seems like that's the correlation. We're seeing guys like Polinick, the deepest trees they can get up shallow. Chris Johnston, the end of the docks, that's still shallow. And so we're seeing those guys kind of start to dial in that aspect to it. And there's not a tremendous amount of water we're seeing that is this, but when you get around it, it's noticeable.
Yeah, the color, the contrast in color there really helps a lot here. Last week we were at Lake Murray. You have a lot more contour change, a lot more elevation change farther away from the Atlantic Ocean. Here at the Santee Cooper Lakes, a 1 or 2 foot change in the depth in the contour can be a big deal. So yeah, it jumps out at you a whole lot better with the color change on these 2 different maps.
The mapping, it has, we can say technology in a lot of ways, side imaging, down imaging, whatever the case, it's all made advancements, live sonar. The mapping, the fact that places like Santee Cooper are even mapped pretty well speaks volumes.
Yes.
With the time that it takes. I remember when Justin Atkins wasn't on the Elite Series and he was mapping for Humminbird, he'd be gone for weeks to do a few lakes in a region because you have to manually do some of those things to get the absolute dialed in mapping that you want.
So there's a lot of things that have changed our sport in a big way, but mapping, the good quality, consistent mapping all over this country, especially on places like this, has changed the game. It really has. For someone like Tucker Smith to come here and be able to dial in something that it took, like, even early on in my career, it was a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago. You had to be like 60 years old to have a significant amount of knowledge about where the creeks were, where the river channels turned out in the lake. I mean, it just took years and years to learn that.
I mean, I graduated high school 15 years ago or so.
Love all the slime.
And I mean, it was religious. I got a whole thing of paper maps.
Yeah.
And that was just 15 years ago during the Elite Series
it's been a
time.
pretty good day today. Going into today I was. Thank you.
What you're talking about reminds me of Paul Marks last week. Matter of fact, happy birthday today, 25, Paul Marks. He's won 2 elites already. He's turning 25 today, Davey, and he seemed very knowledgeable about what the fish were doing. And, when do you think he's been cognizant of that? Last 10, 12 years?
Well,
he's learned it?
Like I mentioned, there's a lot of things. I mean, just the fact that you have high school and college fishing and gives these young anglers tournament fishing experience at a younger age than ever. But then also all the different tools. I don't think you can point to any single thing, but mapping and GPS is certainly a big part of it.
I mean, Such, from a perspective of, I'm just a little older than Paul. The last 45 minutes of like almost every evening when I'd be done with work or done with whatever, before going to bed, I'd look at Google Earth just to find a new fishing spot in college, just looking. And the fact that you could do that from your house, your phone, whatever now, laptop.
Yeah, we got 5 little ones. Really just haven't had much for bites today. I've had like 7 bites. One was a pretty big one. It just completely missed my frog, never touched it. Yeah, luck's kind of ran out on the big fish for me. I felt like all week I needed to get 2 big bites each day to really have decent days. And we've kind of had 1, I guess. It didn't even really touch our bait. So we're back in an area that I caught a 5-pounder right on that point on day 1, right at the end of the day. So kind of made my way back to the takeoff area, and I'm just gonna fish here for the last 45 minutes and see if we can't get a big bite or 2. All in all, it's been a great week. You know, today's been super slow. It's kind of a bummer. You work hard to get here and have some good days to get to Sunday, and then to have a slow day is a little bit of a bummer. But honestly, I'm pretty pleased with the week overall. We can only fall to 10th today. So today's the day to have a really bad one. But there's still time. There's giants swimming all over in this lake. So if we can run into 2 of them, we can still kind of salvage the day.
It's great camera work when he says there are giants swimming everywhere around here. He's got camera on a big alligator swimming right by Bob Downey's point.
One of the John.
Not many cuts made here for Bob Downey in the past. It's kind of been a stick in his side, even though this lines up for the style of fishing he is really good at. For him to come through and not only make the cut, but have some of those big days, have some of those adjustments. We saw him have a slow morning to it on day 2. Yesterday, completely made an adjustment area and bait-wise and had a quick start. So shows you how these guys are never content with just having a 0 bite window.
Yeah, I think his best move of the tournament was starting in a completely different area yesterday morning than he had fished the first 2 days. Things had gotten slow for him. And if you look at how tough it was on Brandon Palaniuk yesterday, it would have probably been, he wouldn't have made our top 10 in my opinion if he'd have started here yesterday. So he definitely made his best move of the tournament yesterday morning, got him a good solid limit, came back over here, did catch one big one. But those decisions that you make, sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. For Bob Downey, that decision to start on the other side of the lake, a little farther down on Lake Marion, was definitely a good call.
Davey, do you think with forward-facing sonar this week, it would have played out differently for the dock guys? Do you think they would have still found that? Do you think they would have still done that? Or would we have seen a lot of other different things that just...
I don't know if they would have still found that, but it would have changed the tournament. It would have helped those offshore fishermen tremendously. Whether you're talking about the brush piles like he's probably doing right here, or a lot of the Lake Moultrie big limits have come offshore vegetation and
running
ditches
around
and
trying
drains.
a few different things. Just haven't really got anything going real good. Caught that one big one off a bed, and then it's just been, I was hoping to just randomly go down the bank and actually sight fish some, not necessarily on bed, but of course I tried to make a plan, so that didn't work. So we just pulled back out to some brush piles, just trying to do something where I can get right in a hurry. You could get this school fired up and just back to back. I know they're big out here. So we're gonna bounce around. I got a couple more brush piles we're gonna hit after this. Try to make something happen. Either way, it's been such a fun week. And every day you've been catching just giant fish. I don't know. Santee Cooper is a special place. Y'all ready for this?
Earlier today with Justin Hamner.
Totally different lake, Davey. He
Yeah,
didn't lock
looks like a
through
different
either,
lake
though,
because it is. Justin Hamner, the only angler in our top 10 that chose to go to Lake Moultrie. A little surprising to me. I thought we'd had 2 or 3 at least in our top 10 fishing Lake Moultrie. So when you got the whole lake to yourself, couldn't ask for much more. He didn't really have it to himself, but he had it to himself compared to the other elite competitors. So good start this morning, good one off the bed. Just some other keepers, but that's been the only big one he's caught so far today.
Hey, if he only caught 3 or 4 fish on it this week, that bull brim, flipping bait, whatever he's been doing for that, they've been big ones. I mean, he caught that 7-pounder day 1 there, he caught that one.
Maybe the 714 yesterday, I'm not sure.
Yeah, possibly so.
Well, the distance between first and 10th is now 40 pounds here, which is not unheard of here. Back when Drew Cook won here with 105 pounds, it was 30 pounds between him and, believe it or not, Pat Schlopper, the guy who's leading him by a few ounces.
I did not remember that.
40 minutes left between now and check-in time. Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite Series at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Championship Sunday. The final reckoning is just around the corner. Chris Johnston looking pretty good at this point with the massive lead over Brandon Palaniuk, Pat Schlopper, Drew Cook, Corey Johnston, all the rest in our top 10 who've been doing their very, very best. But we've seen it before here. There's great big bass catching, but then there's the 2 or 3 guys at the top who really kind of separate themselves from the crowd. But it's been a great one to watch. Glad you've been with us today. We got some more fishing to show you. We're coming to you from the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Yokohama Tires. And Davey Height, you mention this almost every other week. You say these guys who didn't make the cut are now watching this now, and they're learning things. What are the ones who didn't make the cut on Friday learning from the past 2 days, would you say?
Well, first of all, I say that because I did that a lot of times when I didn't make a cut.
Yeah.
Sometimes I would be so frustrated sometimes that I didn't want to watch it at all. But that's not the smart thing to do. You really should try to watch and learn. And I'm sure a lot of these guys are saying, and we've talked about it here in studio, they're out there fishing for the last few months. When is somebody going to use these baits that are so effective when they're using forward facing, when they aren't allowed to use the forward facing? Well, here we have it, Santee Cooper Lakes. It is unbelievable how effective these corky type baits have been here this week. And I'm sure there are a lot of the guys that didn't make the 50 cut here watching, especially when you watch Chris Johnson fish the docks that he is fishing today. A lot of them were fished over and over again with no success. He pulls up there with these bait, and yeah, he seems to have the little magic touch, but the bait has been as big a deal this week as I can remember in a long, long time, having the right bait.
I'm going to ask you a kind of related question, Ronnie. If we land here, same time, same week, next year, knowing what you know now, who would you pick to be the favorite to win this thing over again?
Well, I mean, I would say that you'd pick one of the best dock fishermen, maybe a Carolinian that's dialed in with dock fishing consistently. But, Tommy, we've seen it won near and around Jack's. We've seen Potato. We've seen the Brickyard, Utah Springs. We've seen other portions of this fishery that the second I specifically think I know what I'm talking about with Santee Cooper pre-tournament is probably going to be wrong. And so I don't know. I mean, if the grass stayed, I would be interested to see if we could make Moultrie work, because that's the only place that hasn't really worked out for 4 days. We saw Hamner sample it a few days. We saw Dakota Eber throughout the week have a good week there. But rarely have we seen 4 great days from someone there. It's always changed so much. So I didn't answer your question specifically on an angler, but it's because we've had 5 elites and we've had 5 different regions win. So I don't know. Can the Swamp win it? Maybe Waibu wins it. I don't know.
Now, I think you were right on when you said every time we come back, it's a different technique. It's a different. I would not pick a dock fisherman if we came back here next year,
really?
Same time, because it's just
going to be saturated.
Consistently inconsistent. It's never the same area of the lake, and it's never the exact same. Now, it'll be a player. Docks will be a player if we would come back here next year, but I don't think it would be the winner.
Because if 60 anglers discounted docks this week and now they see it, you know the next time they launch there, they're going to go to a stretch of docks to try it, and it's going to be oversaturated, and you almost have to get away from it and do something different to have open water to yourself.
I'm taking that back. One thing, if you had another secret bait, another bait that had evolved and only a few people had it, then yeah, I might pick a dock. Okay. But you better have a different bait than the corky next year if you come back here and fish these docks. It won't be as easy.
That'd be something different. I would like to see us come back next year, that's for sure. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah. Maybe even, God forbid, 3 weeks earlier.
Well, and I would even say I'm okay with the mid-May, because we thought there would be no more bedfish. We thought it might be slow bedfish. We have seen more waves of fish than I ever expected here at Santee. It goes to show you that when you I want to go to a big bass place during the middle of the spawn, maybe mid to late March, maybe early April. Brother, mid-May, you couldn't tell me different. It almost has been better through the field bed fishing. It's been good and better for Drew Cook in March and April, but it's been better for everyone seemingly this year.
What a place.
Grass, grass.
That's it. That's the answer to everything here. Absolutely. Such, I don't reckon we've had as many 20-pound bags as a percentage of anglers this day, on this final 4th day.
Not yet. I mean, we got 2 and we're almost done fishing. We do have a century belt that is now 8 seasons in a row that we have had a fishery where guys have caught more than 100 pounds of bass. Chris Johnson now will be able to say, I've got it on, well, if he gets his fish in, I've got him on smallmouth, now I got him on largemouth.
All right, we're thinking he's going to get his fish in.
I got something for you, Such, because you were asking me on Thursday morning, is it going to take 110, 120 to win here? And I said no, and I still stand by that. If you just look at the Bass Track numbers right now, it only would take 92 pounds to win here. if you weren't Chris Johnson.
Yeah,
That's right.
Well, kudos to Kyle Austin for saying he expected it to take between 110 and 120 pounds to win. That's what I asked you. You said, well, you said certainly 100 pounds is possible. Somebody gets on the right fish. You didn't think they'd get 110 and get on it like Chris Johnson did.
What's funny is that Kyle Austin texted this morning saying they're going to hit the weight I thought, and this tournament's played out totally different than I thought at the same time.
Yeah, both things can be correct. All right, we love what we've seen today. If you're just checking in with us, we might hit on what we have seen, try to condense it for you in our Strike King midday report, starting with our points leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Corey Johnston.
Yeah, what a difference a week makes. Corey Johnston having a very un-Corey and Chris Johnson type week last week at Lake Murray. I've said it a couple times this week. You made two Canadians very mad, and they really changed their performance here this week versus last week. Corey Johnston, day one leader, fishing cypress trees, swimming a worm a little bit in some vegetation, fishing a few boat docks. Was able to continue to stay in our top 10 all week long. Catches a big one right here at a local marina dock this morning. But Corey Johnston staying in the top 10 all week long. Day one leader. Day two, if he had this tournament to do over again, maybe would have done a few things different. I don't know if he really could have or would have. He just lost a couple big ones that hurt him so bad on day two.
Yes. Corey Johnston started the day fourth place. He's just dropped down to fifth place. He's done a great job of keeping himself in the top 5 all week, if nothing else.
Another thing is with big fish being prevalent, guys making huge charges just behind him in the leaderboard. He's the AOY leader, right? 20 points over Trey McKinney. He could have given back 5 to 6 points today and dropped to 10th. He's only going to probably lose just 1 point and be right there still, almost 20-point lead.
Perennial overachiever Drew Cook started the day in third place.
Dude, let's go. Let's go,
He has not dropped much out of that.
He sure has not. We talked about Brandon Polnick clicking with the Santee Cooper Lakes. I think we can say almost the same about Drew Cook. Not quite as much experience here as Brandon Polnick has, but a lot of success here. And surprisingly, he's been able to do a lot of the same thing through the years in the same area. It just shows how good he is in being able to outfish people that try to do the same thing that he's done. There's a lot of good sight fishermen. It's no secret the part of the lakes that Drew Cook fishes when we come here most often, but he's just able to catch them day in and day out. Really looked at his weights this morning coming in, thinking about can anybody challenge Chris Johnson? And Drew Cook is his weights have been getting better every single day. One of the few in this tournament that got better every single day leading up to today. Yesterday afternoon, we heard him say, man, I just saw a group of females just swimming into this area. I expected to see Drew Cook better his 25-11 from yesterday. He's got a good stringer today, but nowhere near the 25-11. Unofficially, only 17 pounds, 12 ounces a day. A lot of males, a lot of very silver-looking fish, not ones that look like they've been there very long.
Drew Cook went back for the weigh-in yesterday and caught one of his best ones of the day, not far from the weigh-in. Pat Schlopper, who's had a slow season, kind of his pattern, a slower season in the first half, really picking it up in the second half. This has been the big turning point for him.
It's really been amazing watching where Pat Schlopper's been fishing all week. He's been real close to a lot of the other guys that have been in our top 5, Brandon Polnick in particular, that have led this tournament multiple days. But he's done his own thing. He's kind of stayed not far from them, but not really around them. He's fished a vibrating jig for the most part. We did see him catch one big one punching earlier today. But he's just kind of done his own thing, not catching a lot of fish, but he's catching a better than average size fish. Pat Schlopper with another good tournament, like I said, in his late portion of the year.
Yeah, averages over the last 3 years in the first 4 events, a 59th place finish. His averages over the final 5 of the season through these last few years, 28th. He obviously has an uptick. He already has the 3rd place finish. He's got a small trophy this year, a 3rd place trophy. Looking to maybe get another 3rd place trophy. And he's had by far one of the most exciting final days if your name wasn't Chris Johnston.
Why don't you upgrade me?
Loves his setup here, this place all to himself pretty much, except for a few picture takers and so forth. And now we take the case of Brandon Polnick. What a great first 3 days. First 2 days especially this young man had in this tournament.
Yeah, Brandon Polnick definitely had it figured out coming into this tournament, had a great plan, called his buddy Carl Jockelson then during practice and said, hey, I figured something out. You might want to go try this, Carl, having a great tournament. I'm sure they trade off information through the year, and it all works out in the end. But Brandon Polnick got the bait figured out and the particular area of Lake Marion that seemed to be on fire. The problem with this area is that it's hard to be consistent there day in and day out. He did great on day one, backed it up with another 29-pound limit on day two. It's gotten a lot tougher than that for him since.
I was going to say that, Davey. 60 pounds through 2 days. We're talking 120 for him. He may end up with just 90 pounds and some ounces as well.
Chris Johnson knocking it out of the park over the first 3 days, especially day number 3. And he picks up right where he left off when we started first thing this morning.
When you start thinking about 110, 120 pounds to win a tournament, it's hard to do. On any lake, especially the Santee Cooper lakes that are fishing so good right now, consistency to catch 30 pounds every single day is so tough. That's been the whole key to Chris Johnson. His toughest day, 21-3 on day one. And when that's your tough day of 4 days, you're getting it done, especially when you back it up with a 32-8 on day two. Chris Johnson has absolutely been the most consistent angler. There's no fluke about it. A lot of the anglers are fishing boat docks at this point of the tournament. A lot of them are using these same baits, but none of them have been able to do what Chris Johnson has been able to do.
What's really interesting as well with this is there are a couple key docks. Normally, post-spawn, mid-May, you're not catching fish coming to replenishing. The fact that he's gone to the same 3 to 5 docks and gotten a big one each day off of them, we're recognizing some of these docks. Like if you drop me out on the lake, Davey, and drive me around and be like, that's the dock, because we've seen the same one every day for him in a couple different spots. That's enabled him to run around as well and know the ingredients to it. But some special places that some locals are like, man, I grew up fishing that dock, and they still produce this to this day.
Good stuff. Man, we are getting closer and closer to the end of it all. Chris Johnson, will he upgrade again before the day's over? Don't bet against him would be my advice there. Brandon Polnick, Pat Schlopper, Drew Cook, and Corey Johnson making up our top 5 right now with very little time remaining on Championship Sunday. Yokohama Tire's Bassmaster Elite from Santee Cooper Lakes in South Carolina is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. It's perfect weather these last 2 days, that's for sure. On the warm side today, pushing up towards 90. May have gotten there at one point, or may yet get there at one point, but the fact of the matter is that we have barely 20 minutes left until check-in time.
That's another thing. The weather here has been conducive to sight fishing and dock fishing. A lot of these docks are shallow, we've talked about, and oftentimes the wind blowing on Lake Marion, it's like the ocean waves breaking under these docks. Those fish do not stay under those docks when it's that rough.
It's going terrible. I don't know, I've only had 5 bites today, and the biggest one I didn't catch, so I finally left from up there. I don't know why it was so dead. And the conditions seemed good conditions seemed good this morning when we got there, and I just could not generate any bites. We just came back down here, honestly, I was just sick of looking at it, just needed to. I saw this grass out here the other morning and I didn't want to spend any time, and I said, well, I'll come back this evening and flip it. This is where they're going, so we'll see if there are any out here. I got a little time, a few minutes. Like I said, I ain't having 5 bites. I fished hard. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got good points, gonna get a good check, fixing to roll to the next one, and I needed that. I've had 2. I did not make Championship Sunday last week, but I got close, and so I really got good points the last 2 weeks, and I just got to keep it going. We have, I guess, 3 events left. 2 in New York, 1 in North Carolina, and they all need to be, I need to be on track like I have been the last couple weeks, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it looked unusual to see Greg Hackney where he was in the points coming into Lake Murray, but he has certainly turned it around, and he, just like I said, it's not surprising. It looks like he's right on track. He's still a little bit out, but a great chance to make the Classic again.
Yeah, right around the 50, 52 mark.
Good one, too.
Important fish. Hauling it, hooked up.
Oh, he's not that big. I'll make number 4. I was really hopeful of a 8-pounder right there.
Three-pound gap coming in the final day. Our day 2 leader, Brandon Polinick. Do we think 20 minutes left in the tournament, he'd be swinging number 4 in?
I'll have a lot of time.
No would be my answer.
Yeah.
2.5.
I'm not going to say for one second that I expected this, but it's not as surprising to me as it would be a lot of people, knowing the history of where he caught them the first 2 days.
Well, and we talked about the grinnell. You kept noting that when grinnells start moving in, fish start moving out, less bites.
And that's when it happened. When those few grinnell were caught yesterday morning, everything is gone.
7-pounder to get to 100.
Like that one, went, and then it just kept swimming with it.
Such was just motioning.
The other ones, I'm guessing, are
needs about a 7-pounder for a keeper number 5 to break 100.
And a state record to catch Chris Johnson.
Hey, so you're saying there's a
Be
chance?
2 state records.
So you're saying there's a chance?
That's crazy. That catch right there pulls him under 20 pounds back. He was at 20 even behind. Now he'll be less than that.
Yeah. He will pull some clutch catches on you. Well, Brandon Polinick, I remember St. Clair last year, going into a different part of the lake, completely different part of the lake, and basically saving a season.
Pulling a swimmer out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he qualified for the Classic right at the end of the year last year and able to be the longest tenured angler in the Classic.
Something hit that. Pretty amazing day. I still lost a couple big ones, but luckily had enough bites that it hopefully doesn't cost us. 2 of them probably would have gave us another ½ pound or so, but overall, a phenomenal day. The fish actually bit better today than they did all week. I went into that area in the bottom of the lake, what I said I wanted to fish today, and I was planning on from like 11 o'clock on fishing there, but I got more bites this morning than I thought, so I spent a little extra time fishing that more isolated stuff this morning, but I only fished in there for an hour and a half, and I don't know how many I caught, probably 10, 12 bass. It was pretty unbelievable. They, like I said, they bit better there than they did in practice, 100%. And it's all because of this bait, to be honest. You're not going to get bit on a Cinco or chatterbait. You might get 1 in every 10 of those to bite. I'm enjoying it while it lasts, that's for sure. Another one just whacked it.
I mean, we're going to see the
I'm
same.
just fishing here because I think there's a few
bait,
retreads.
same type of
But
fishing.
I came back early. I had a few more docks I wanted to hit. I didn't even get a chance to fish everything in there, to be honest. But I didn't want to cut myself short and run into problems or something. So I just came back here. We're going to fish for another 5 minutes. And we did our job today. I said I needed a minimum 25. We did a little better than that. So if Polinick wins this thing, he caught him and he deserves it, to be honest, because he's gonna have a really big bag. So regardless whether I win or not, phenomenal week of fishing on Santee Cooper. And this is probably one of the best weeks of fishing I have ever had for largemouth, just giants. This place seems like it has more 4 to 6 pound bass than anywhere I've ever been. Like, we just came from Murray, and I think this place, with my technique that I'm using right now, obviously, it just feels like it's 10 times better than Murray, but I also had a bad tournament on Murray. But just phenomenal fishing, fun week, and we're gonna weigh these things in here in about 20 minutes, and we're gonna see how it shakes out. But hopefully it's enough for a blue trophy. Regardless, it'll be a century belt, but I want that blue trophy.
Time's running out.
Rarely do you see a bait being used so contrastly. Lake Martin, Fisher and Isle wins with a koike and thrown on a spinning rod. It was around docks as well. Sure. But for spotted bass, clear water, same bait, flipping docks for big largemouth.
Big largemouth.
Yep.
Great story. Great week in bass fishing, that is for sure. Chris Johnson with a heroic performance here over the last couple of days especially. And we are running out of time. Most of our anglers are either on their way back or have arrived in the takeout area. We'll be right back.
There she is. There she is. Sorry.
And Santee Cooper Lakes is a special place, and you've seen that on the leaderboard, seen it in the fish catches this week. It's full of absolute giant bass. There's always something a little bit different that the bigger ones are doing, right? The majority of those above average fish. And I feel like this week I've been able to chase those fish, but also execute when I've gotten those bites.
Great Brandon Polinick, what a terrific career he has had, still going strong. Won a big one last year to kick off our season, and boy, that's been a giant part of the conversation this week.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure Brandon Polinick will be a little disappointed not to hold that blue trophy over his head. It doesn't look like he's going to with 9 minutes before they have to check in. But he's been around long enough and he's won enough. He understands that. Appreciate especially the first 2 days that he had, and magical days is his words that he told me when I talked to him on the phone. 29 plus pounds, day 1 and day 2.
Now, about 5 minutes ago, Chris Johnson said he was done fishing, and he still just can't get enough.
One more big one. Here we go.
Oh boy. Oh my God. What do we got here? Oh my God. Here we go. It's huge. We were just about to leave. This one's a little stronger than those last ones. Oh, come on. Get out from under the boat.
How strong this fish is.
Come on. Come on, baby. Yes! What a way to end the day on my last cast. Holy smokes, I gotta hurry and call, but what a giant. I think that's gonna help.
Honestly, all you can do is laugh at this point.
Yeah, we're not winning. We got 10 minutes still checking. What a way to end the day. We gotta check these quick.
So if you're one of the other top 10 anglers and you ride by and you see him doing this, like, he's still trying to cull some little ones. He doesn't have them today. They don't realize he's throwing back 4.5 pounders.
Yeah, for real. How big?
He says small as 4 or 5. So
no, how big was that one? According to Davey Height.
6.
I mean, I think it was bigger than the 514 he caught an hour
between
ago.
6 and 7, I would say.
I mean, if it's that, it's going to be a 2-pound coal.
Yeah, I'd say it's 2-pound coal.
Yellow's gone, I think.
Come on, man. You got 31 pounds. I don't think a half an ounce is really going to matter at this point. And that's coming from a guy who has said for 30 years, every ounce counts.
Yeah.
At this point, it does not, Chris Johnson.
Hey, at the weigh-in today, keep an eye on the scales for 114 pounds, 14 ounces. If he gets 114.14, it'd be the top 25 largest weights in a Bassmaster event. He'll get to move into that category.
That fish right there, I've used this before. That falls into the headline, Bill Gates finds $100 bill on street in Seattle.
That's almost Bill Gates finds bag full of $100 bills. I mean, that's not even fair right there, honestly. To see how tough it's been on some of these anglers, even on Championship Sunday, let alone guys that didn't make the 50 cut. It's always something to smile about and talk about in the weigh-in line. If you catch one on your last stop right before you check in, you come into the creek where you haven't been fishing and get a bonus fish. But when your smallest fish is 4.5 and you stop at a random dock on your way in and catch a 6.5, come on, man.
Yeah.
The Johnson brothers will be two happy men this afternoon and tonight and for several days, but I can promise you, last week after Lake Murray.
What a day. I can't believe we caught that one at the end of the day. I said last dock, and I don't even know what it weighed. I just threw it in there, but it's going to put us close to 30. What more could you ask for in Championship Sunday? A phenomenal week, and if Polnick wins this thing, he deserves it. But regardless, I had a blast and caught giant largemouth all week, heavy line, and it just in docks, around posts, just a mess, falling in the lake. And the only thing that would top it off better be a blue trophy with 100 grand. So we're gonna go put this thing on the trailer and take the Ranger through the weigh-in, and we're gonna see what happens. We're in 5 minutes early, which is not super early when you got like 30 pounds, but yeah, I don't even know what to say. I said 25 is what I wanted today going into it, so I think we did that. We did our job. I think that one's over 5 we caught, right? Didn't weigh it.
Yeah, I'd say it's over 5.
Ridiculous.
He's been sweating it all day, even though we knew in the first 2 hours.
It's been one more big one all day, and he checks in 5 minutes early with, I'm going to say he definitely got over 30 pounds, and it's almost like he was apologizing for not fishing right down to the wire.
I think in the big side over there on his boat wouldn't have room for those little noodle things they use to protect the fish there. You'd have to throw those out.
So look at the 10 fish that registered on his Bass Track, and I'm going to add a 6.5 pounder because that one's not in there yet. If you have the 10 fish, he's going to have 47 pounds for 10 keepers today that he's been put on Bass Track. Wow. An average of 4.7 per fish, basically. 4 3/4 per fish.
So we said this jokingly, he culled enough to win. He definitely culled more than enough to be in second place on Championship Sunday if you were just looking at this day alone.
Oh yeah, no, he would have the second biggest bag of the day from what he culled.
Yeah.
What a day.
First Canadian to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. First to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He's done that twice.
I don't know where she's going.
Thought they were, Brandon Polnick's wife Tiffany was driving him out of the lot. We're not letting you weigh in, we're taking you out of here.
Wait a minute, who's driving? Oh, it's fun to be Chris Johnston on this day.
Am I allowed to talk to you?
She said, can I talk to you? Yes, you can talk to him.
Weigh-in starting moments away, less than a minute away, 3 p.m. Eastern time. Well, take check-ins now. The weigh-in's going to start in a few minutes. You got time to put things in order. And
get another Mountain Dew.
Get back to Bassmaster.com, get another Mountain Dew, and get ready to sink right in for what's the number we need to look for again to make the top 25, right?
114.14, and he'll pass Ben Matsubu for 25th all time.
114.14. Next time we see you, Pascatank River, Albemarle Sound in North Carolina.